We heartily welcome you all to the 16th International Conference on Global Challenges and Avenues to Protect Monuments and Heritage Sites, organized by Kaash Foundation's Center for Academic and Professional Development, in collaboration with Samarkand State University, Samarkand, Uzbekistan, Archaeological Survey of India, Mumbai Circle, Himalayan Institute of Archaeology and Allied Sciences, Ladakh, and Patan District Heritage Conservation Society, Patan, Gujarat. Kash Foundation's CAPD has organized a total of 15 international conferences till date, with the latest one being held on the National Youth Day on Transforming the World, Youth in Civic and Global Action. Today's international conference will be divided into 4 segments, with the first one being inaugural remarks, special guests, and keynote address, followed by 2 plenary sessions. The event will then proceed with the technical session and conclude with the valedictory address. Not taking any more of your time, I shall now invite Dr. Afkaz Jadhav, Founder Trustee, Kash Foundation, Director, CAPD, to throw light on the concept note. Afkaz, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Tatiksha. On behalf of Kash Foundation, I welcome all our collaborators, also Umang Sinaji from UNESCO for encouraging us, as well as to all the participants and my colleagues. Our ancestors have left behind a cultural legacy of heritage, with which we live in the present and will pass on this to our future generations. This cultural legacy comprises of intangible components such as social customs, traditional beliefs, ceremonies, rituals, languages, etc. And also, apart from that, we also have a responsibility towards our future generation of restoring and preserving this culture today itself. Because for heritage, there is no tomorrow. Whatever we have to do it today. These tangible assets of heritage, such as arts and crafts, artifacts, architecture, etc., have always been and might continue to be subjected to interactions with weathering processes of the environmental diversities, hazardous events such as floods, landslides, etc., with inevitable widespread impacts, and are thus quite prone to these kind of damages or dangers. Healthy ecosystems that underpin our social and physical systems are strained. Climate change is thus an ever growing potential threat as it intensifies the expected rates of decay of such tangible heritage. This current crisis in heritage is not an abrupt development, but an engaging, complex, and global problem with many causes. At Kash Foundation, we strongly believe that heritage is a collective responsibility. And with this kind of a global approach, celebrating events like this, we of course want to have some kind of an intellectual debate and discussion. Because generally we imply that there are government agencies responsible for restoring and preserving heritage, or international agencies are responsible for taking up the task of restoring and preserving heritage. But I think as an individual, we are rather more responsible to act not only for tomorrow, but for today. Whatever we can do today, perhaps, to preserve and maintain this heritage of India or globally is important. I would just share a very small example. Few years back, I had taken few students to Canary Caves, the Buddhist sites in Mumbai. There are 107 to 8 Buddhist sites, the caves in Mumbai. And we saw people around who had come there to enjoy their weekend were littering the place with plastic bags and plastic bottles around. For the next visit, when I went there, I picked up gloves and trash bags and also requested my students to engage in a small cleanup drive. It has been almost 20 years we've been doing this kind of a heritage activism. So our heritage is our responsibility, and it cannot be passed on to the government agencies or international agencies as such. So once again, on behalf of Kash Foundation, we all welcome you for this international event. Thank you. Over to you, Tatiksha.
Thank you, Kaash, sir, for briefing our viewers about the concept note and sharing with us your insights. Moving ahead, I would now like to invite Dr. Geeta Ajib, Joint Director Education, Kash Foundation, Coordinator CAPD, and Editor-in-Chief Kash Connect to enlighten us on Center for Academic and Professional Development and its activities. Geeta ma'am, over to you.
I hope you can see me. I'm not very sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, you're visible and audible.
I'm so happy to be here. And once again, a warm welcome to all our audience and our participants. And I thank each one of you for being here with us. For CAPD, now it is said that the past is present in the present and it's also present in the future. So unless we preserve our past, how do we move ahead to the future? And kind of intellectual debates, discussions are so very important. Once again, it is, and that Center for Academic and Professional Development, and that's what we have believed in. Population, our students, in order to give them the values, what were in the past to help them in the future. So CAPD was born in order to ensure that education remains not within the handful of, but for everybody, and in order to ensure that it encompasses everything that we stand for. So once again, I would like to welcome all the members of for the 16th International Conference um, for the global challenges and avenues to protect the monument and heritage sites. And I think Kaash has already shown how important it is for us to have this. Thank you. Over to you, Diksha. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am, for giving us a brief overview of CAPD and its activities. Going ahead, I would now like to invite Ms. Pamela Dhunde, Core Committee Member, Kash Foundation, to enlighten us on Kash Foundation. Pamela, over to you.
Thank you so much, Satiksha. So coming to what Kash Foundation is, so basically the Kash Foundation is a Mumbai-based non-governmental organization with a focus on four verticals, that is education, environment, health, and heritage, which we abbreviated to E2 and H2. The foundation was registered on 3rd October 2019 under the Bombay Trust Act of 1915. And founded by Dr. Kaash, the foundation aims at amalgamating and centralizing social work on a universal platform. It also aims to provide people with the scope and how to initiate their journey of progress and reciprocation, that is giving back to the society. So now if you go, as the name suggests, Kash Foundation, Kash basically means hope or a desire to a desire or a wish to have something fulfilled in your life. So that's where Kash Foundation tries to reach out to people and tries to provide resources and mechanisms to help people fulfill whatever kinds of desires or wishes they have in their life with respect to academics, which is done through the Center for Academic and Professional Development, and also with respect to their daily lives, which is done through our social work in the form of skill development programs and women empowerment workshops, as well as with respect to health, wherein under Kash Swasthya we also organize several health camps, medical camps, as well as naturopathy camps, as well as health webinars on several other topics. So under these four verticals, since 2019, we have been striving to bring about a small difference in the society, and we also aim to do that further in the future with all the support of our well-wishers and collaborators. Thank you so much. Over to you, Titiksha.
Thank you, Pamela, for acquainting our viewers with the Kash Foundation. Before going any further, I would like to briefly overview the activities Kash Foundation has significantly initiated to protect our heritage. Dr. Afkar Jadhav, the founder trustee of Kaash Foundation, has been involved in various initiatives to protect and promote the heritage of Mumbai city. He raised the issue for protecting the art, aesthetics, and heritage of Queen's Necklace, a 3.6-kilometer coastal promenade running parallel to the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Road in South Mumbai, when the yellow sodium vapor lamps on the street were arbitrarily replaced with white LED lamps. He discovered 53 underground water tanks as old as about 1,000 years with the capacity of 250,000 liters of static water. These have now been restored and reused by the Fire Brigade Department of Mumbai. He introduced a cultural policy to be adopted for the city of Mumbai to promote intangible and tangible heritage. His policy for the protection and preservation of heritage in Mumbai was approved by the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai, and it received a sanction of Rs 5 crores. Till the pandemic hit, he had been organizing a cleanup drives at the Kanheri Caves, situated in Sanjay Gandhi National Park, Mumbai, for the last 20 years. The Foundation's previous heritage-related initiative was a week-long celebration of the World Heritage Week in 2020, which was supported by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, World Buddhist Mission Japan, Archaeological Survey of India, Government of India, and the Department of Ancient Indian History and Archaeology, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Gujarat. The inauguration of the week-long celebration was graced by Sri Prahlad Singh Patel, former Minister of State for Culture and Tourism, Government of India, and Sri Aditya Thackeray, Minister of Tourism, Environment and Protocol, Government of Maharashtra. The initiative also received appreciation from Jyoti Hosagraha, Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center, and Mathilde Roselard, former Director of the Center in France. Also, the 11th Symposium on Reimagining, Recreating, and Restoring Our Ecosystems, The Way Forward to a Sustainable Environment, organized by the Foundation last year on World Environment Day, received support from the United Nations Environment Programme and a letter of appreciation from Mr. Atul Bagai, the head of UNEP in India. On this note, let me now take the honor and privilege on behalf of the Foundation to invite Umang Sinha from the UNESCO office in New Delhi to grace the conference. Umang Sinha is a project officer of the culture team at the UNESCO New Delhi cluster office for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. She has a background in history and is a graduate of the University of Delhi and University of Cambridge. Ma'am, request you to kindly address our audience. Over to you.
Thank you, Titiksha, very much for that. Am I audible? Yeah? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Dr. Jadhav, for having me here. Distinguished ladies, gentlemen, scholars and colleagues, I'm delighted to be speaking to all of you today. As Titiksha mentioned, I'm Umang Sinha. I'm a project officer of the culture team at the UNESCO New Delhi cluster office for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. On behalf of UNESCO, I commend the sustained commitment of the team at Kash Foundation towards preserving and protecting Indian heritage. As you might know, UNESCO has been engaged since its very inception in the successful preservation and sustainable management of World Heritage Sites. The idea of creating an international movement for protecting heritage emerged after World War I. The 1972 Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage developed from the merging of two separate movements. The first focusing on the preservation of cultural sites, and the other dealing with the conservation of nature. Incidentally, 2022 also marks the 40th anniversary of the convention, and so the intervention of the Kash Foundation is especially relevant today. The 5 central tenets of the World Heritage Convention are: 1. Credibility, to strengthen the credibility of the World Heritage List as a representative and geographically balanced testimony of cultural and natural properties of outstanding universal value. Second, conservation, to ensure the effective conservation of World Heritage properties. Third, capacity building to promote the development of effective capacity building measures, including assistance for preparing the nomination of properties to the World Heritage List for the understanding and implementation of the World Heritage Convention and related instruments. Fourth, communication. Increase public awareness, involvement, and support for World Heritage through communication. And the fifth and the final one is that of communities. It is to enhance the role of communities in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. As you can tell, the elements mentioned by me are only possible in the context of proactive support from civil society leaders who do their bit to preserve the socio-cultural splendor of India, both built heritage and intangible cultural heritage. To this end, I thank Kash Foundation for organizing this important conference and wish them all the very best for the upcoming sessions. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mang Ma'am, for sharing with us your insights and knowledge. For all the viewers, the feedback form is in the description. Do share your opinions and feedbacks by filling it up. Moving further, I would now like to invite our special guest, Dr. Sonam Splazin, Founder President, Himalayan Institute of Archaeology and Allied Sciences, Ladakh, India, to share with us her knowledge and views. Sonam ma'am, over to you. Sonam ma'am?
My review, my
Ma'am, you're not audible. Can you be a little louder?
am I on screen?
Ma'am, we can see your name, but your photograph is not visible. You are not visible.
Some issues in delay. Can I speak some words? I don't know. Just trying.
Dr. Sonam, you can give your opening remarks. Maybe we can take the technical session later. You can begin your opening remarks.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted to speak on this platform. Especially, I'm thankful to Kash Foundation and Dr. Akash Yadav for this wonderful collaboration. We're having a small Himalayan Institute of Archaeology and Allied Sciences organization center based in Leh. We are undertaking training, aggregation, research, and allied services for the promotion and development of education, academic formation on its own, and in collaboration with national and international academic and research institutes. From the past years, we were having a collaboration with SIP, Irbasani Institute of Paleontology, Chicago Institute, and all universities where we are having a wonderful workshops. And our purpose is to organize workshop, training camp, all about the heritage and all. Today, we are celebrating this special day on 18th April, just to boost among the community about the importance of heritage and assets. And our responsibility is to protect these sites. But in Leh, like Ladakh, we are at this destruction phase, and people like us can undertake some to promote construction and interaction among the global academic community. We can give a platform where people can understand the value of heritage. We can give the awareness and all. This is what HIAS is actually doing. So, and I'm really, this platform is very important for Himalayan Institute of Archaeology and Allied Sciences, that with the help of a platform like this, we can at least promote this kind of importance of heritage and all. Right now, I'm coming from one seminar, function. I'm really sorry, the things are not clear on screen and all. So, and it's very interesting to share you that Ladakh is having our oldest site that is 10,000 years before past sites and all. And we are having a very beautiful rock art and all. But creating awareness among people is very important. So with the help of this kind of a platform and all, we are reaching among the people and we are giving an awareness. And thanks to Kaash Foundation for this wonderful opportunity. And thanks to Kirti and thanks to all the audience like listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sona ma'am, for sharing with us your knowledge and insights. Going ahead, I would once again like to invite Ms. Pamela Dhunde, core committee member of Kash Foundation, to enlighten us about Kash Connect, the foundation's quarterly newsletter, and proceed with the release of Kash Connect Volume 9. Pamela, over to you.
Thank you, Tatiksha. Thank you, Tatiksha. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So Kash Connect is Kash Foundation's quarterly newsletter. And as the name suggests, again, the newsletter tries to connect with the audience or people on the work that Kash Foundation is doing in all its four verticals, that is education, environment, health, and heritage. So this particular issue covers the highlights that have happened at the foundation from the months of January to March 2022. So one of the things that happened in this month was the foundation's visit to Ujjain and Damo in Madhya Pradesh, wherein our founder trustee, Dr. Avkash Jadhav, was felicitated by the office of Shri Prahlad Singh Patel for his contributions through the foundation in the society. Going ahead, also on the foundation's visit to Ujjain, our last volume, that is volume 8, was unveiled by the Vice Chancellor of Vikram University, Shri Akhilesh Kumar Pandey. And he also gave his best wishes with regards to the foundation in our endeavor. Also, since our launch of the Vikramgat project, which aims to curb malnutrition in the area, especially in women and children, our foundation once again visited Vikramgarh on February 19th with a health camp and distribution of nutritional hampers to the children and their parents. And going ahead, the foundation also has several other activities in the pipeline, which is covered by the newsletter in these quarterly issues. However, the entire newsletter wouldn't have been or is not at all possible by our editor-in-chief, Dr. Geeta Ajit, who did speak to us some time back. Her acumen with regards to the articles and her efficiency is truly spoken of, and also it wouldn't have been possible without our designer Sahil Jahagirdar, who is entirely responsible for designing the newsletter the way you see it right now. And also not forgetting Dr. Avkash Jadhav, who is the founder of the newsletter, for his guidance and support. Over to you, Titiksha.
Thank you, Pamela. I would now like to invite Dr. Emanuela Rosie to officially announce the release of our Kash Connect Volume 9. Ma'am, over to you.
Can we have the first page of the newsletter? Dr. Emanuela, we would just request you to announce I hereby release Kash Connect quarterly newsletter. You're not audible, Dr. Emanuela. You just have to announce. I hereby release the quarterly newsletter of Kaash Connect.
Can I start with my presentation?
Ma'am, you have to first officially release our Kaash Connect Volume 9 by saying that now you officially announce the release of Kaash Connect Volume 9.
Sorry, but I didn't understand.
Okay. Tatiksha will move ahead with introducing Dr. Emanuela.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Emanuela Rosie and Ms. Pamela Dhonde. Moving ahead, I would once again like to invite our keynote speaker, Professor Emanuela Rosie. Emanuela Rosie is a cultural anthropologist. She serves at the University of Florence, Italy, as an associate professor of heritage anthropology. She received her doctorate with research in 2001 at the Vancouver Museum of Anthropology. Since then, she has been researching continuously on Canadian Indigenous studies thanks to several grants from the International Council of Canadian Studies, ICCS, and the University of Florence. Her research at the Museum of Anthropology in Vancouver involves the study of the formation during the 50s and 60s of the 20th century of the indigenous Northwest Coast collection through the analysis of archival material never studied before. In a similar perspective, she also worked in Italy at the Museum of Anthropology in Florence, one of the oldest in Europe. At this moment, she is doing research on different heritage communities in Italy in the perspective of critical heritage studies. With this, I would now like to hand over the floor to Professor Emanuela. Ma'am, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Titiksha. And I need to share my screen because I have a PowerPoint and we can start. And first of all, I want to thank all the team of the Kash Foundation. And thank you so much for inviting me for your conference. So just a second. Okay. So the title of my presentation is The Museum as a Heritage Technology. So according to the Corinne Kratz and Ivan Karp's introduction to the book Museum Frictions, Public Cultures, Global Transformations, 2006, I'm quoting, museums became one of the institutions and practices associated with modernity, part of the checklist for being a nation, a means for disparate groups to present and claim their histories and values in the public sphere, and an arena and a means for constituting community identities. As you can read in this slide, they have become essential forms through which to make statements about history, identity, value, and place, and to claim recognition. Reproduced, adapted, and transformed globally, museums are not just a place or institution, but have become a portable social technology. A set of museological processes through which such statements and claims are represented, embodied, and debated, whether they define their scope as national, regional, or community-based. Museum spaces can become global theaters of real consequence. So for this presentation, I decided to make a virtual journey with you. This journey begins in Canada, where I started doing research for my PhD in 2000. And then we will go back to Italy, my country. So at the beginning of the 21st century, Canada is showing itself to be both vital and restless with respect to museology and museum exhibitions. Many indigenous cultural centers have opened autonomous museum spaces in various parts of the country. Just a second. So you can see in this picture the Huron-Wendat Museum in Quebec opened in 2008. Then the Cree Cultural Institute in Quebec opened in 2011. Then the Haida Heritage Center in British Columbia opened in 2007, and several others. Those tribal museums, to quote Clifford, have exploded in Canada. And the important majority museums, to quote an expression by Clifford, characterized by a more cosmopolitan outlook, are showing great unease, changing names. The former Canadian Museum of Civilization in Gatineau, Quebec, for instance, is now the Canadian Museum of History. But more radically, they changed their narratives and displays. The most important art museums in Canada have begun to include historical indigenous artifacts in their narratives and galleries, recategorized as work of art. I am referring to the National Gallery of Canada. You can see the picture here on the screen. And the new display, it opened in 2017 to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Canada as a confederation.
हाँ कैनेडियन है वो कनाडा के बारे में बता
Is it okay?
I request everybody in the meeting to please mute themselves.
Is it fine?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the interruption. You may please go ahead.
Okay. So this movement of objects from an institution to another and the consequent recategorization process from ethnographic artifact to work of art, and finally back again to artifact, show us the classification system that structures the museums. One is not natural and doesn't work anymore when the museum opens itself to a decolonization process. In June 2017, the National Gallery of Canada reopened, presenting this new inclusive display. You can see a picture of the entrance of the new display. And in one of the gallery, other picture, in one of the gallery, there is a big canoe alongside with some paintings. This canoe is a temporary loan from the Canadian Canoe Museum, where it is categorized not as a piece of art, of course. So what we are looking at, is that canoe a work of art or an artifact? In my opinion, it's much more interesting to look at the entire process, which makes possible to see a canoe also as a work of art. This is a process of artification, which can be read as a form of the decolonization of museum spaces in post-colonial context, began in Canada in the 1990s. So at this point, we have to leave Canada and go back to my country, Italy. And I want to to give you a glance of my research in Tuscany, the region where I work and live. I'm working now in this humid area called the La Querciola in the province of Pistoia. And I'm working on the group of people who revolve around this area. I examined what I ended up to define heritage technologies. This is an image of this humid area. Heritage technologies, a collection of objects connected to the rural world, a museum, a parish map, reenactments of old crafts, and so forth. These technologies, which provide insights into gestures, action, and activities, are examined as tools used by this group of people, characterized by soft borders, to construct, reconstruct, and negotiate a sense of place, identity, and community, strongly connected to how they desire and imagine their future. In this sense, heritage as a vision of a possible future, as a political value. During the course of the time, my research led me to observe how this group of people applied these technologies to an actual project of a better world. In other words, the small community I'm researching does what it does because it aspires to a world, if not better, different to that in which it lives. The Querciola area, in this sense, becomes the place of desires, dreams, and aspirations in strongly connection with the vision of the future. So cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, is not a legacy from our past. Rather, it is the result of specific social practices that take shape on the public sphere and involves confrontations and negotiations between institutions, civil society organizations, academics, and stakeholders. So heritage is a contemporary form of human creativity. I want to underline the distinction made by Barbara Christenblatt-Gimblet between habitus, which is an unconscious culture, and heritage. Heritage is more a self-conscious selection of valued practices. This distinction is important because it tends to become invisible in a safeguarding discourse and practice. Both tend to naturalize this symbolic construction, as if heritage value was an attribute inherent to the preserved objects, something that need only be pointed out to be recognized and accepted. In other words, heritage in itself doesn't exist. So I'm going, in this part of my presentation, I will take and examine a local process of making heritage, functional in this case in creating locality through the manipulation of memory. I'm going to talk of a form of community which is very close to definition of the 2005 Faro Convention on the Value of Cultural Heritage for Society. This is a convention made by the Council of Europe. This convention talks about a heritage community that, I'm quoting, consists of people who value specific aspects of cultural heritage which they wish within the framework of public action to sustain and transmit to future generations. So according to my analysis, the group of people in Tuscany I'm researching could be analyzed as a form of heritage community. People who value specific aspects of cultural heritage. So in one of the most industrialized areas in the central Italy, between Florence and Pistoia, an informal group of people is struggling for the preservation of a small, natural, humid area from the aggressive development of factories. So the Querciola, this area, is characterized by a process of making heritage still in progress, which began in the middle of the 1990s of the last century. A group of people is working to assign a new historical and aesthetic value to this place and its activities. In 2010, this heritage community installed in an old farm, you can see in this slide, in this natural area, an ethnographic collection. This collection, formed of more than 6,000 artifacts, has been gathering by a local collector, Ernesto Franchi, with the aim to preserve local memories, mostly linked to the agricultural past. The collection is an ethnographic document itself, but according to my analysis, it has been appropriated by this group of people to reinforce the narrative which their battle is based on, the concept of traditionality and locality. In 2016, this heritage community decided to start a project of parish map. This is the parish map they created. The method of a parish map demonstrates what people claim as their own locality and what they value in it. In order to produce this map, they started to interview old peasants. This is a picture I took where when the heritage community were interviewing all the peasants. So they started to interview old peasants on farming and fishing practices no more in use and on old traditions. A couple of years ago, they organized a reenactment of the old fishing technique and practices in a very philological way. There were several people, mostly children. In few words, that day they transformed the traditions told during the interviews as habitus by the old peasants in heritage. So to conclude my presentation, I want to say that according to my analysis, this heritage community in fighting its daily battle appropriated the concept of cultural heritage, tangible and intangible, and is using it in its struggle for defending, imagining, and making this natural area, and its activities is working in transforming the past in heritage. In doing that, this group of people is not alone. This Tuscany place has its characteristics, of course, but in a way, it could be everywhere in Italy. We live in a time of an abundance of heritage. Heritage is almost everywhere. I would like to conclude using the Rodney Harrison theory, which states that this abundance is connected to a sense of crisis and uncertainty, which is encouraging us to stockpile the disused, the redundant, and the outmoded as potential raw materials for the production of memories that we feel we are unable to risk losing, even when we are powerless to articulate what their possible value might be. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Emanuela, for sharing with us your immense knowledge. For all the viewers, the feedback form is in the description. Do share your opinions and feedbacks by filling it up. For all those who have joined in late, we had our inaugural remarks by Umang Sinha from the Culture Sector of UNESCO Office in New Delhi, India, followed by the insights shared by our special guest, Dr. Sonam Plazin, Founder President, Himalayan Institute of Archaeology and Allied Sciences, Ladakh, India. Next in line, we have the release of Kaash Connect Volume 9 by Dr. Emanuela Rosi, who then took the event further with her keynote address on the museum as heritage technology. With this, we move on to the second segment of the event, which is the plenary session. I would now like to invite architect Paresh Kapadia, Design Chair and Chief Academic Officer, to chair both the plenary session 1 and plenary session 2 and take the event further. Paresh, sir, over to you. Sir, you are on mute.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Sorry for that. First of all, I congratulate Kash Foundation for selecting the very particular day of a World Heritage Day today and having this conference. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to being a chairman for this plenary session. Really, it's a wonderful start we had today with the opening remarks of Dr. Kaash ji, and then in insights of the foundations given by Pamela Madam and all. Finally, this keynote speaker, Madam Emmanuel Rosi, has given a very good insight and very good research work which she has done throughout her career, especially the title of a museum as heritage technology. She has given a wonderful examples of her work. That's a museum in Quebec, museum at talking about the tribal museum at Columbia, then National Gallery of Canada, how that classification was done, decolonization was again given. Then again she gave a good narrations about the Italy. That's a Crucibilla Pistoia. That's a heritage conference on human research. Then she had given a good insight of the Pharaoh connections, Pharaoh conventions. That's their objects and plans are very important because of the meaning that people attach to them. Heritage technology, what she has given in the final remark is that convention encourages us, that's a very good remark, what she said, that conventions encourages us to recognize that objects and places are not in themselves. What is important about the cultural heritage, they are important because the meaning and uses that the people attach to them and values they represent. That's a wonderful remark she had given. And finally, what she had said, that heritage technology means to construct, reconstruct, and negotiates of heritage sites with the upcoming new generation. That's all I can say about all these things, because I'm sorry, it was so fast, so I could not jot the things in that exact manner. Anyway, uh, we'll go to the next one. Thank you, Titiksa. Hello.
Yes, sir. So, sir, you would be chairing
Yeah.
the plenary session, so you would have to invite our speakers.
Yeah. Our first speaker is Dr. Alok Tripathi, Additional Director General of Archaeology Service of India, ASI, New Delhi, India. I will just take a privilege to invite Dr. Alok Tripathi. Yeah.
Thank you, and thanks to Kaash ji for inviting me. Though it's a tight schedule today, being a World Heritage Day. I just would like to ask you whether you want me to show you some slides, because I am going to speak on maritime heritage, which is a different world. Generally, we talk about the underwater. So, if you are willing, or I can speak without that. What is the preference of the audience or participants?
Please do, sir. We will love it. We've seen your books.
Dr. Tripathi, of course, if you can share your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, I'm doing that. I'm trying to share, just give me a minute. Hope you can see the slides.
Yes, Dr. Alok, we can see it.
So, I'll be speaking about the maritime heritage, which is somewhat different than, different in the sense that this heritage we find generally underwater. But when we say maritime, we doesn't mean only marine. So we have to differentiate marine heritage and maritime heritage. Maritime is a larger term, and when we are speaking about maritime, we are talking related to sea, but it may be beyond the seas as well. Generally, we focus on what is underwater. Before we come on the heritage, mostly we archaeologists deal with the heritage which is exposed through excavations. And excavation has been defined in different ways, but it includes discovery, scientific analysis, and creative imagination. The third part is very important, because what you find and what you analyze, it depends that how you interpret it. When we talk about underwater cultural heritage, this is a term which has been defined in UNESCO convention. Therefore, I am using this. The topic, of course, this brief discussion is about the maritime heritage. And Article 1 of UNESCO convention defines that remains or traces of human existence which are lying underwater for a period of 100 years or more, maybe submerged periodically, partially, or completely. And it has a variety of sites, structures, building, vessels, aircraft, and some things have been excluded in that, like the cables and the pipelines, etc. When we talk about maritime heritage in India, we find a great relevance, because India is very prominently placed in the Indian Ocean, and therefore we have a very rich maritime heritage. We have a very long coastline, over 7,500 kilometers long. We have 1,197 islands, a huge water area, and very long maritime history. And this maritime history has been very rich. So therefore, we have a great, a huge maritime heritage. Of course, it has not been addressed properly, it has not been discovered, it has not been explored and excavated and interpreted, but there is a great scope on that. We have hundreds of major and minor ports. Not only that, even the rivers which have been associated with the sea. So that's, as I have mentioned, maritime. When we say, we are not only limiting ourselves to the marine, we are going beyond, which is associated with marine as well. This is just a picture which gives a couple of sites which are important from maritime heritage point of view, but these are just a few numbers, because the entire water area of India is extremely rich, and wherever you go and start searching or finding, you will find some kind of maritime heritage there. Generally, we divide them in the sites or the ports or settlements which have been submerged. Here you see certain submerged remains in the sea. This is a picture of Gujarat coast in the Arabian Sea. Or you have the shipwrecks. And shipwreck archaeology is mainly because you get hundreds and thousands of ships which have wrecked right from we can go back to Harappan period till the modern time. So the entire area is strewn with these kind of shipwrecks. Some of them have been identified. Beyond that, even in the internal waters, we have a lot of heritage which is lying submerged. It is in the rivers which were connecting the sea or where the ports were associated. Not only that, even in the reservoirs which are having in a very remote areas. This is from the Northeast India. And then, of course, when we talk about maritime heritage and maritime activities, we cannot exclude the nautical part of it. That is the boats, boat building, navigation, ships, war, trade, contacts, and so many things are associated with the maritime heritage. The history of these activities in India is very recent. Somewhere in 80s, we started exploring submerged maritime heritage, and by 90s, we developed it on an international level. And then by 2001, we established underwater wing, and then a number of excavation was carried out, which have revealed a great potential of this field, as well as the remains which are lying buried underwater. These are some of the excavations which were carried out and which has been systematically conducted and have revealed the maritime heritage. Archaeological Survey of India, which is a premier institution for archaeological studies, had a collaboration with Indian Navy, which deals with all our seas. They are the guardians of our seas, spreading 3 sides of the country. And we jointly worked and excavated a shipwreck. I will just touching one shipwreck, one habitational site, and one site where we have certain structures, and one internal site, just in a very, very brief, to give you an idea that what kind of heritage we may find. I'm not touching the maritime heritage which is available in the museums or which of which you are well aware, particularly the traditional boats and ships and other activities like that. So the area, this is a site which is around 450 nautical mile of Kerala coast. We carried out underwater exploration here on the outer reef of a coral. There is a coral reef on an uninhabited island. The entire area was scientifically, systematically surveyed. And with the help of this diving vessel, we carried out diving operations up to a depth of 60 meters. When you want to study the maritime heritage, one has to learn, or one should know, because unless you go down, you will not get much well-preserved things. So we carried out diving operations. First part is the exploration. You have to go and search this heritage, which is lying in different depths. It may be in the intertidal zone, or it may be thousands of meters at a greater depths, where it becomes very difficult to go and dive and see and retrieve. One thing which we right from the very beginning adopted was what is the international practice now. We did not disturb this submerged maritime heritage. We studied them, we documented them in situ, and after that we tried to leave them there so that for future they remain there, and those who are interested can go and see them and can enjoy there. Of course, we carried out some test pits for our scientific studies. This is how manually, as well as using the technical methods or instruments, we have to carry out excavation to unearth or to reveal whatever is buried deep under the sediments or the compact sediments or the incrustations. This is one cannon being excavated, which was later lifted also. And when you excavate, you find different kind of materials varying from pottery to glass and metal objects. Generally, people dream of treasures, because whenever you talk about the shipwrecks, people will think only of the gold and silver and, the ships laden with these treasures sinking, and people are retrieving them.
Hello.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yeah. Hello.
May I request everybody in the meeting to please mute themselves?
Hello. Hello.
Kaash.
Can you hear me? Should I continue?
Yes, sir. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
You may continue.
So we also found the pottery which was traded. It was coming from Southeast Asia and being taken to European markets. And when the ship sank there, this mint fresh condition pottery and the full pots of different shapes, size, decorations, different variety, even blue and white Chinese porcelain, which was carried on the ship, was found. And since it was very precious, so it was also carrying the guns, and we could locate 4 such guns which were lying there. So this was a very systematic excavation. It was the first systematic underwater excavation in Indian water, which we started from 9 meter, went down to almost 54 meter. And we could also locate the huge anchor of the ship and this bell which was on the ship, which gives the name of the ship and also the year 1792. So this is what you find on the shipwrecks. Other than that, you also have the structures which have gone submerged. It may be because of the sea level change, it may be because of the coastline change, or maybe tectonic activities. There may be various reasons for that. So one has to decide that how this change has taken place. Mahabalipuram, we know that when you explore on the coast, you find remains of a different type, and there is a tradition that there were 7 temples. It was known as 7 pagodas, and 6 have been submerged underwater. We wanted to know what is the reality behind it. And when we carried out underwater exploration and excavations there, we found there are certain remains on the shore as well as underwater, which suggests that there might have been more structures offshore, means if you take the present shoreline. So we carried out systematic exploration, identified the places. There are submerged rocks close to that also. We found remains which suggest that there are or there were some structures which have been submerged now. Dwarka is very famous, of course. I think everybody must have heard as far as in India is concerned. There is a famous temple. It was also an ancient port. Again, the same system is to be followed. You survey the area, the entire area where you want to excavate, because diving and working on the bottom is time taking, it's expensive. So you cannot work on a very large area. Before starting the work, you have to pinpoint the area where you really want to focus on so that you can have the best results. So we explored this whole area. It's a large area, around 2 nautical mile by 1 nautical mile. And then we narrowed it down to 200 meter and further to 50 meter. And based on the signals which we were getting using different scientific tools. And then this whole data was analyzed, and then we made a 3-dimensional model, selected the area, carried out diving, and studied the buried structures there. And you will find that there are number of structure which are there. They are overgrown with the vegetation and all. So we cleaned it and then documented them, measured them, and then found that there are structural remains which are lying scattered in that area. And none of them are in situ. They were all lying on the bottom of the sea. So this is just to give you an idea the kind of maritime heritage you may find when you work offshore or underwater in the rivers or even in the lakes. To give that idea, we have also worked in one of the lake in Northeast India, that is in Manipur. It's a large freshwater lake having a number of islands. These are the permanent islands. There are also the weed which you see floating here. On these floating islands also there are settlements which keep moving from place to place. And this area is very rich if we have to study the real history of the Northeast India. So here it helps us. Then on this issue, there are a number of publications which are available. There is another area of experimental archaeology, where based on the archaeological remains, you reconstruct the ships or boats and then sell them to experience that how people would have been sailing. This is one bronze age ship which was reconstructed. It was a multinational joint project where archaeologists and navigators from 8 different countries we worked. And then this boat, known as Magan boat, sailed from Oman to Gujarat, though we had an accident. So this is also one very fascinating area when we talk about the maritime heritage. For discovery and study, we need young trained people. We carry out such activities, and we are also going to have a detailed training program shortly for those who are interested. We also organize a number of conferences regularly where that we exchange the information gathered from different field works. Communication is very important because whatever information we get, it has to go to the people, because it's not only for the expert, but it should go to the public at large, and it has to be through various mediums. It has to be shared. When you're talking about maritime heritage, generally you will find that it is not limited to one particular country, because in the water areas you will find ships from different countries, because once they leave your shore, definitely they are going to the other country, and then they are having the material or the different kind of things from other places also. So you have to have a collaboration. UNESCO Convention of 2001 is the one which is for the protection of underwater cultural heritage, which provide for the UNESCO, means international collaboration and the process how we should work. There are a number of activities through UNESCO and other international bodies where experts keep meeting, not only on the tangible, even for the maritime intangible cultural heritage also. Experts and researchers are actively working, because all these places and the navigation and the ships and voyages, they have many intangible things which are associated. There are rituals, there are songs, there are dances, there are stories. So they also contribute a lot towards the heritage. So we have to have a mix of both, and when you put them together, you have a better understanding or knowledge about the past through your heritage. The way ahead for working in this area, you need to have active collaboration, public participation, dedicated institutions which can seriously work or focus on that legislative framework, and the proactive role of coastal states, particularly when we talk about the maritime heritage. So these are some of the institutions which can play a crucial role, and there is a need to have a comprehensive strategy and raise awareness about cultural significance of oceans. Again, I'm saying when we talk about maritime heritage, then we have to make people aware about it. So what the UNESCO says, we have to protect, conserve, promote, and transmit culture and heritage for dialogue and development. So with this, I stop here, and thanks to the organizer for giving this opportunity to have an interaction with you all. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alok Tripathi. It was very nice interactions we had with your talk. We will talk more about your details in a plenary session at the end of the marks. Now I would like to invite our second speaker, Mr. Frank Klickman, founder, the Four Tables Project, Gunehar, Himachal Pradesh, India. Yeah, Mr. Frank Klickman, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't see myself on the screen, but I think that's by design. How are you?
No, you can open your video, and we can definitely see.
Frank, you can switch on your video. I guess just check.
Ah, yeah, it went off. It said you. Okay, there it is. Am I on? Am I visible now?
Yeah, you are audible, but still we can't see you.
1 second. It said turn the video on. 1 second. Again, start my video. Now?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Hi there.
Just adjust that. Yeah. Fine. Yeah.
Hi there, Paresh.
Welcome,
Hi,
Mr. Prem.
Kaash.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for inviting me, and also what a lovely symposium. I ran back from my construction site to be here. I couldn't really see all the other. Hey, what's happening? I couldn't really hear all the other speakers, but I will definitely today, in the evening, I will definitely catch up on what other people have been contributing. I am joining in from Gunehar in Himachal Pradesh, where I am currently working on a building project for a client, a building, natural architecture building. This is something that I have been trying out for a while now. And I am here thanks to Kaash, who has asked me to hold a small talk about my architectural work. And so I'm really happy to be here. I was listening in on the last speaker, and there are certain kinds of details about work method that I cannot provide in this short talk. But again, I'm going to get into some idealistic talk, I guess. So what I have been thinking about since me and Avkash had our last conversation is something that I want to talk about. So I build houses, and not excavate old houses, but build new houses. But in some ways, the work I do has quite a lot to do with preservation. Preservation in the sense of preserving landscapes in which you build houses responsibly. That means that you do not destruct the landscape and build something monstrous on it. And also preserving of certain traditional techniques. And I remember that just a few days ago, I had this interesting conversation with Avkash about what the title of my talk should be. And we were, bouncing ideas off each other. And the one thing that came up was, should we do traditional versus modern? Or should we do vernacular versus modern, and so on? So let me take this as the starting point of my thoughts today. A wonderful line in the Kash Foundation's concept note says that emerging cultures that might possibly be heritage for our future. For me, this is the interesting point. That is, what will we be leaving behind? We who are now here and will be leaving something behind. We all know by now that we have come to a moment in human history, possibly again, the historians will say it's not the first time, in which we must course correct. We are already facing grave consequences. I don't like the thing that if we don't do, we will face. No, in fact, we are right in the middle of it. So let's first start with the idea of traditional versus modernism. What is modernism if not traditional? Tradition versus tradition plus innovation. At every age, throughout history, in every period, there is this interaction between the past and the present, past as in traditional. Because people at any given time do not merely want to follow old patterns, but always also aspire for something new, different, unique. It is in this intersection that actually creativity happens. So let's for a second think about innovation. Where does it come from and what is its necessity? Obviously, the archaeologists and historians among us today will easily be able to give you an answer. While looking back, innovation means having to change the traditional way of doing things because of necessity. For instance, many times in the past, humans have had to reimagine construction, which is my field, to suit changing patterns in population growth, climate change, social requirements, and so on. So today, too, we are at a point in history where we need to innovate, change, search for new ideas, techniques, methods, if we are to survive. What we do today, indeed, will one day soon become our heritage, maybe a heritage of failure, or maybe of having successfully survived. So, since I come from the natural architecture corner, or as we sometimes say, vernacular architecture, I will speak from my perspective just a little bit about what I see and why I do what I do. In India, architecture has a long tradition we can only look back to in awe. For generation to generation, from generation to generation, we have built so many things. Styles, or as we now call design, have changed over time. Fashions have come and gone. But if we look at the sum of it all, we can truly be proud. We were just hearing about Mahabalipuram and other places. So I think that underlines the point. But what I see is that suddenly sometime during the last few decades, we dumped it all into the graveyard of architectural history. These are harsh words, but they are true. We gave up on most of our architectural and construction heritage and went, well, cement, steel, bricks, laminated plastic, tiles, chemical paint, antifungals, etc., etc. The result is, as they call it, concrete jungles, and that even in rural India. Where there were once intricately thought out houses, today we only see bricks and cement, unplastered often, and so on. The whole character of the whole visual character of a place changes. And you can go up and down the country from village to village, let's not talk about the cities, and you will see the same thing. So, and also, of course, let's add that heritage is also about aesthetics. So when you come to my village, for instance, today, or any other village in India, what do you see? Bare bricks. If someone can afford it, cement plastering, tiles on the walls to keep dampness from coming into the houses, fungus in the interiors of the houses, and so on. And I can clearly state from my village that gradually this village, as other villages, are losing their, as you say, losing their character. I don't want to delve much further, though, into the harmful living conditions in these houses or the environmental impact of producing the materials used to build these. But I'm always looking also from a perspective of history because this is about heritage and culture. And I'm thinking, and I also have, I also come from the hospitality side of things. So I also think about these things like what do people see when they come to the village to find a typical Himachali village. So this is why, while looking for a title for my talk, I insisted on the vernacular architecture title. Vernacular architecture draws from the traditional, but modifies it to suit modern requirements. Obviously, one of our main modern requirements is nowadays environmental. If I live in a house, how does it not disrupt the landscape I'm living in? How do I use materials that are actually healthy for us as opposed to unhealthy? How do I minimize the cost of, you know, energy? How is my carbon footprint? Like the house we are currently building. So far, we are about one third finished, and from now on, we will not be using any cement anymore. So we have used some cement, but we have used so little that it is incredible how little you can use of these toxic elements and yet build something that is more durable and lasting. Anyway, so as I was saying, vernacular means tradition modified to suit modern requirements and also obviously modern aspirations. And now, what are these aspirations in an economically improved Indian landscape? It is often to show that one's status is improving and that thus you can build a pakka house. So, what do we do? First and foremost, we hire a bulldozer to flatten a piece of land that is our, this is how we show that we dominate the land. Then we pour a lot of concrete in the ground and into the pillars, then fill the gaps with bricks and pour a lot more concrete on the ceiling. The famous lantern word comes up. A lot of drinks and happiness happens after that because that achievement has happened. And so there is no better way to show that you are improved in your status. But what I am trying to do in this scenario is to demonstrate that no, this is not what modernism is. One does not need to go back to building simple houses if one's aspirations have changed. And they have always changed through all times. As I was saying earlier, there has never been a time where people have just continuously built the old way. Always there have been changes, and people have gone with those changes. So even today, we have the necessity to show our wealth a little bit more to that is, I think, in today's context, the modern aspiration. But one does not need to go back to building simple houses. One can, in fact, improve the houses they already have and make it modern. Think of all these beautiful Spanish, Italian old towns where they have by now modern plumbing, better, just better houses. And yet, when you walk into that place, then it still totally preserves its old culture. So, similarly, in a village, you can always restore your houses, modernize them, or you can build in a new way using old techniques that are there already. Innovating, it means in that sense that what we, for instance, do is that we look all over the world to wherever people are doing natural building successfully, and we communicate with them. We have a network of people, and we ask each other, how did you do this, what is that, and so on and so forth. And then we draw from that. So we are not just like 100% traditionalists. Vernacular means to modernize it. So what I am trying to show, and not just say, but show through the buildings, is that there is a really lot of value in using materials and techniques that we previously used to use, because there was a reason why, for instance, in Rajasthan, people built in a certain way, and in Himachal Pradesh and in Tamil Nadu, and so on. And this is the definition of vernacular architecture. That means that there's not an architect who is sitting there making a plan, but people are basically going with the traditions that were there and innovating on spot and finding new ways to address the the new demands that are there, both aesthetic demands, but obviously also demands of the climate, population growth, etc. And that is basically it. This is the thought that I want to throw into this discussion. I think we are all guilty in some way or other, because the world we live in is the world that we have created. At my age, I can say that I am definitely guilty in a lot of these things. But I'm also not saying that, that people have to go back to some, original state, go back to the Vedic age, go back to something. All I'm saying is that at this moment, at this junction of history, we have to innovate. And for that innovation, it is absolutely necessary that we go back and look at why we have done things. The way we're doing it now is that there are bricks available in every shop and there's cement available everywhere, and all the hardware stores are pushing it, and all the contractors are doing it. And the whole land from north to south and east to west is being overflooded with simple cubicles of unhealthy, unecological, uneconomical cubicles. Whether they're better, whether they're worse, that depends on the contractor. But generally, this is what is happening. And I was just recently reading about how hot it became in Delhi and Jaipur and all that. And I was thinking, like, could there be a better way of building in the cities, using a lot of the techniques that internationally people are also doing already, and I think some also are happening in India, and forcing that so that we can, well, in this way maybe have a better future. Anyway, I think I'm going to end here. I don't have anything more to give than some idealism. If any of you come over to Himachal, I can show you how we build these things and what we do. And I promise you that from design and comfort, these are very, very comfortable things. And I will definitely say that they are much better than the usual houses that people build. But I'm going to end by telling you a little story. And that story is that when we build these houses, like for instance, the last house, also this house we have started right now, then a lot of people who, we put it up on Instagram and teach techniques and just like make feel good social media propagation for natural building. And so a lot of people turn up and they do selfies and they ask questions. And, there is indeed a trend that is happening around here with a lot of the Indian architects following us and, thinking themselves about how they could also maybe do something in this direction. But this story is about, we work every day till 9 to 5. And so during that time, these kind of people turn up. They do selfies. They ask some questions, what are you putting in your mix and this and that. But just 2 days ago, we had finished work at 5. I had come home. And then there was something left to do there. So at around 6:30, I had gone there to the construction site, where I suddenly saw, when I got there, that there were at least like 12, 13, 14 people standing there, and they were all our own villagers. And standing in the construction site, looking at this corner, that corner, and I saw from far away that they were discussing things and all that. And so I went in there and I said, hey, so what do you think about this? And then they started asking a lot of questions. How do you think the mud will hold? Do you think that it will melt? Main questions. And after like thousands of years of living in natural buildings, people nowadays think that natural houses melt in rain, and so on and so forth. And these were all villagers. And these villagers were standing there thinking about it. All of them, their aspiration is, and most of them have already built cement houses with lantern and tiles on their walls and all that. But I was wondering, like, would this, create some change? Will one of them, who still hasn't gone the cement way, maybe follow up and say that, okay, give me some guidance, or I also want to try this out for my future house, the house where I want to get my kids married, the house where I want to show off, where I want to invite people, where my kitchens have high ceilings, where the bathroom is inside, where whatever the modern aspirations are. And if that happens, I've been thinking this for the last 14 years, but if that happens, then I think change happens. And and I think that's the $1 million question, right? If that happens, then maybe we can have an architecture which is modern, and yet I just say that we must draw from tradition. There was always a reason why people have built with local materials. That was not just laziness. They knew exactly why this was necessary, why that was necessary. So I don't know, is this a positive contribution to your thoughts of Kaash and all the others? But I think that, there are small steps to be taken, and everybody in his own and her own corner has to find ways of doing things stubbornly, I guess. Not for the market, not for shareholder value, but for eternal value. And obviously, we need to live from something and we need to earn some living. But if we can, like, I think in this phase of history, if we cannot find the solution to all these problems, in history, we go back and we see that, cultures have gone down because they didn't find solutions. And cultures have survived, cities have survived because they always innovated and found a way forward. So, from an architect's perspective, this is all I have to say. I don't know how many minutes are gone and all, but thank you, Avkash, for inviting me, and I hope in some way I could contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. As your name suggests, your talk is really a frank and bold.
I remember the last time I was invited, Avkash said the same thing, and I was thinking like, oh my God, these people are all scientists and they're talking about details. And last time also I did something like this.
So everybody is on.
Obviously, Avkash invited me back, which means that he did enjoy my last.
Yes. Everyone will definitely. We
Yes,
all
Frank,
enjoyed.
thank you, Frank.
Anyway,
so
thank you so much. This is a lovely initiative. Let's keep it up.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. We'll talk about your details in a plenary session March. It was a really nice input with the whole modernity. Thank you very much, Mr. Frank.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Bye.
Yeah. Now I would like to invite our third speaker, Professor Sheikh Intikhab Alam, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Architecture, Jamia Millia Islamia, Central University in New Delhi, India. Welcome, Professor Sheikh Intikhab Alam. We are eagerly waiting. All floor is yours.
Thank you, Paresh Kapadia ji. I hope I'm audible first of all, because there was some problem with the.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you very well.
Great. Okay, I think someone's mic is still on. Frank, if you can just switch off your mic.
Yes, sir, you may go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Avkash. It is really a pleasure, to be here. And I'm an architect by profession, and I teach urban regeneration to the students of post graduation in Jamia. And I had been working in Ladakh for the past 6 years almost. And my practice over there is very much related to the basic essence for which Ladakh stands for. I'd been still trying.
Sorry. Can you kindly put your video on? I think if you could check your video. Yeah.
Is it
yes.
on?
Yes, it's on now. Yeah. Please continue.
I'm so sorry for the disturbance. I'm logged in from 2 devices, and yeah. So, anyways, my association with Ladakh is quite old now, and I'd been working there for the past 6 years. And in my this entire journey, I see that there's a couple of projects that I would share. But first of all, let me know if my screen is visible to you. There's a small slide that I want to share with you. So if it's visible, please let me know.
Yeah, it is visible.
So, I'm before I start, I actually want to thank Dr. Spalzin. She had been a phenomenal, in my understanding, and my friendship with her professionally had been very intriguing to understand, the other side of the soil, because I'm an architect by profession, and she being an archaeologist. I had got into a lot of in-depth understanding because of her organization, which is Himalayan Institute of Archaeology and Allied Sciences. There's a if you see anything which is related to archaeology, that's all thanks to Dr. Spalzin and her team in Ladakh. So when this topic came, and when Dr. Avkash invited me for this talk on heritage, I was actually I could not think of anything else but to talk about Ladakh and how it's still a living heritage, and how Ladakh still is something that we had been seeing in terms of as not as a dead space, but a space where actually everything is alive, everything is working in totality, and everything is can be associated with the word heritage. And this is a very intriguing word. But before delving into that, this is a small map to understand how and why Ladakh had been a hub for so many amalgamation of so many cultures, and it had been a standpoint of so many different kind of cultures that has been come over there, and all those pointers, they are still associated with that valley, and we can still see that a lot of heritage that we see of Ladakh right now is part of the route that of the Silk Route, and the other natural and tangible and intangible heritages that it had been part of. And the concern right now is that it's now being open for tourists, and the heritage that we had been seeing is very is dilapidating in a very much profound manner now. This is a view of Ladakh, that I got first, when I landed there in 2015, and there's a very famous Ladakhi proverb which says that only the best of friends and the worst of enemies visit us, and which is quite right for this place, which is very harsh, very beautiful, but very harsh in all the manners. You need to acclimatize for a day if you are going there by plane, and you have to be there, so that your body can acclimatize the availability of oxygen over there. And this is the kind of landscape that is there, and the moment you start seeing all these mountains from your plane window, to the moment you enter Ladakh, you will see that each and every part of Ladakh is a heritage, be it the landscape, which is part of the entire area. These are small chortens you will find, in most of the parts of Ladakh, you will find these chortens, and I consider them as heritage, as the landscape heritage, which is prominent part of Ladakh. There are heritage which are natural in their nature. This is a village in the border area of Ladakh by the name of Turtuk, a very beautiful village. And I see, like when I see heritage, I see, the nature as the heritage in this aspect as well. I see the sacred layer also as a heritage because, without the understanding of the sacred dimensions which are present there in the Ladakh Valley, the understanding of heritage is still, is still not incomplete. This is a picture from Basgo village, very near to Leh, and what considers, as the intangible and tangible, heritage parts as well. So in short, Ladakh has all the components of whatever we can think of heritage, of all the components of, of whatever I have actually learned my lessons in my theory classes about heritage and other aspects as well. This is a Shahi Hamadan mosque in Sheh, and I was, my research also talks about, it goes beyond, what exactly is Islamic architecture over there. It talks about and how the aspirations of architecture are also being changed. Like if you see the mosques that are being built over there, is something which is which is astonishing and which is heartbreaking to see the kind of development which are happening and the kind of the kind of legacy that has that the place had and what the kind of development which is happening in that area. So I'm sharing 3 of my projects. I know this in this 15 minutes I would not be able to do justice to the vast heritage of this area, but just through my projects I would just try to talk about the heritage part as well. So one of the part is the Sangdong to Stupa initiative that was done by the Nature Conservation Foundation, and our team was doing the documentation process. So let me tell you first about the project. So initially, what used to happen was the Sangdong structures that you see in the middle of in the center photo that you see is a Sangdong structure which was made to trap wolves, and this tradition had been going on for a very long time, and thus these structures would be made outside the settlements and outside the villages so that the wolves they can be trapped, and they were quite not required for because they used to eat the goats and the sheep that the people have, especially the herder community which used to produce pashmina shawl. So this practice had been there for a very long time, and with the intervention of the spiritual leaders and with the intervention of Nature Conservation Foundation, the practice of killing up of the wolves was stopped. So what used to happen was this wolf used to get trapped in the Sangdong. So there was so the villagers they used to trap 1 or 2 goats in the Sangdong so that the wolf can be attracted to the Sangdong, and then when the wolf was trapped in the Sangdong, so they used to kill that by trapping it and killing it by throwing stones on the wolf. So this has been the practice for a very long time. The intervention that the NCF did was to identify all these Sangdongs in the entire area of Ladakh, and to build stupa in that area so that the place gets converted into a sacred sacred dimension, and then the practice of killing up of wolves that was diminished and it's now almost not done. So this turning of that trap into shrines, that's how it was done in that entire area. This entire project has taken almost around 6 years to be done, and I think it's still in the process. It's still ongoing, and these heritage structures were converted into Buddhist stupas. So this is the documentation drawings that we had done. This is the the division of the stupa, sacred divisions that used to be in that area. The second project that I'm talking about is a private resort. Why I'm talking about is it's my understanding of the heritage of Ladakh and how this heritage all elements of architectural interventions and architectural styles of the Ladakh area, they had been interwoven in a single project of Dulkar resort. And this is a private resort with a cafe in the ground floor. And this cafe like started in last week only. And like the important component was that each and every element that we could retain from the architectural style of Ladakh, and then we can intervene over there. I'm not going into the the detail of how this came into being, but this is a typical like style that we had followed, understanding the heritage and understanding the environment that is there with the local craft persons and the local people who are trying to establish the very nature of building over there. So this is the kind of these are all the craft persons who had been associated with the project, and this is the kind of structure that we have come up. Just trying to be, I think, like with the last session, what Frank was telling about, like it's we're trying to make up vernacular traditional architecture over there and learning from the heritage part of it. And and I'm thinking I can say that still the work is still in progress. We are still trying to identify and learn what had been the past and what can be taken forward, like balancing out between the past and the present, in short. So these are the kind of drawings that we had, like intervened. If you can see the details of the windows and the details of the balconies. So these are even the shingtak, which is the traditional way of how the windows are made. So we try to go back to history, try to understand, what had been there in the past, and try to reflect back, and at the same time understanding what the modern requirements are. So this is a 4-star boutique cafe with chefs from that has come from South India, and it's kind of a very top-notch cafe in Ladakh right now. So this is what it looks right now. This photo is a little old. I think that the work might be completed right now at this side. So the elevation from the backside. Sorry, I'm using a lot of drawings, but this is how we work in our studios. So the details which has traveled all the way from so many areas, which has been part of this entire process. So the other important and the last project that I would be showcasing will be the restoration of Chautin at Fyang village. This Chautin got destructed, partially after the flash flood that happened in 2010, and part of it got destroyed. You can see that there's a river which is flowing just adjacent to the Chautin, and the community, there was a great concern with the community that how this Chautin can be brought back to glory. So to understanding the materials, what could be done in this, with this setup, and what so involving the community, involving the spiritual leaders, and understanding the materials, working with the intact team over there, making the drawings, how how each and every pieces could fix into that area. What are the traditional methods in which we can retain some parts of it, and involving the community, that was some one of the major I think challenge that that we had, and this is something that we are still very proud of, that the Chautin that that had been completely partially destructed, we had tried to make make that come back into life. And this is how these are the relics which, if anyone is assuming what are there exactly in the shortness, these are some of the relics which I consider heritage again, and they were retained, and there was small processions that took place around the conservation of the building. And though it's a very small initiative of conserving a very small patch of a very small structure, but the effect had been very enormous. With this, there had been campaigns of understanding the importance of heritage and why it should be retained, and why these structures should be continued. So this is the last slide, which talks about the procession ceremony, and you can see that the Chautin had been back to its original glory. So that's it from my side. I hope that I had tried to add up to the immense knowledge bank that this platform has provided other people as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sheikh Intikhab Alam. It was a very nice narrative. It's a good passion from last 6 years you are taking to a heritage, but a living heritage of a Ladakh. And details you have given of a Ladakh, it was very, very interesting. Nice architectural works you have done. Thank you very much. We will talk about all these things in a plan. It's going to be start immediately after your speech is done. Thank you very much, Jacob sir. Now to summing up the technical sessions, we had a wonderful speakers right from Dr. Tripathi to Mr. Frank and Professor Sheikh Alam. Am I audible enough?
Yes,
Hello?
sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Fine. Okay. So let us start Dr. Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi has put new dimensions to our heritage talk. Mostly the heritage means most of the people think about the land originated heritage. But he has given a very good insight of an in-depth study of maritime and marine archaeological details. And that's too with the heritage. It was wonderful of him to give us the very nice information about the difference between marine archaeology as well as the maritime archaeological heritage. You know that we always considering mostly that both may be the same meaning, but what he has said is correct. That sea with having a association with the rivers or a bed of rivers or reservoirs are known as a maritime. Well, on the sea is definitely a marine. Dr. Alok has started in the 80s with the national level, then gone into the international level in the 90s, and then again in the 21st century, he has started with the UNESCO, and then what he has talked about that Kerala coast, and then details about the shipwreck, which was the 60-meter depth. At the 60-meter depth, it was very nice of him to brought out all the elements and studied. And then what we liked is, most is that what he has said that he has put that things back at its original place. So for the forthcoming generation also can definitely discover the same thing, and then they can have their own study. Like a pottery, bell, gun, anchor, and so many things. Yeah, it was so wonderful of him. And what he has said in his conclusion that we have to protect, we have to conserve, and we have to promote this maritime or a marine archaeological heritage. So that was a wonderful talk we had from Dr. Tripathi. Thank you very much. Now about our second speaker, Mr. Frank. Yes. He was very bold enough to talk about that amalgamation of a traditional things, retaining its values and adding up the modernism into it. And still it has to be considered as a heritage value. That's a wonderful idea he has given, that innovations means to change the traditional way. Then India has a long tradition legacy, what he has mentioned, but architectural tradition has gone into a very harsh word he has used, that gone into a heritage graveyard. But Mr. Frank, we are really optimistic and hopeful that with your talk and with your promotion, the things will set in a right place. He has mentioned about the vernacular architecture, which draws from the traditional things, but it converts with a fusion of a newly developed climatology, environment, modified to modern aspirations, new requirements. That's a very important point he has mentioned. Again, he has talked about Venice and Italian old houses. The example of those houses, they have got a modern amenities, but still they have preserves their originality and their culture. That's a wonderful example he has talked about. Aesthetic value as well as climatological things, and then cultural cultural population is very important points here there in that their houses. That's wonderful. The one thing he has committed on behalf of everyone, that we all are guilty, not justifying the mission what we have to go for a revival of the heritage. But still I say that we are optimistic, and then definitely we will feel that we will feel you that we will not be guilty for all such things. Wonderful story also he has mentioned in the last about his site. That of course the people keep on questionings and curiosity and queries, but the local people, in good number of 15 or some villagers, and they were in a dilemma that whether this building will stand with the environment or with the time. And that curiosity has made him very enthusiast that, and then he must have got them to learn that of course these things are going to be there in a longer period as sustaining, and not that concrete or a cement is not the only options. So very good insight we had from Dr. Frank, Mr. Frank. Thank you very much for your this kind of insight. Lastly, we had Professor Intikab Alam. He has chosen, his area of Ladakh. Ladakh, which is quite, surprising element for most of the Indians. And recently, Ladakh has been in a limelight because of its independence identity. So it was a wonderful talk of Ladakh by Dr. Professor Sheikh. What he has said that the saying of Ladakh people that best destroyer and best friends are visitors only. But what he has done as a visitor or an architect over there, that will definitely set an example that of course the visitors should be a friends and not the destroyer. What he has mentioned about the Tutuk, that's a border village. Really, the person who has visited Ladakh will definitely, or visit Tutuk, will definitely never forget that kind of a location. There is a wonderful monastery on the way to the Tutuk, which is thousands and thousands years old. He has mentioned about the sandog, which is a wolf traps, and it was converted into a stupa, like a sacred identity. Wonderful conversation. What he has mentioned, we never had this kind of idea or a story. What he has thrown a light on it. It was very nice to know about this. Second project of Dolkan Boutique. That Dolkan Boutique was as a private resort, but as an architect, I could relate with the drawings and everything, and it was a very wonderful project. It was a fusion of a vernacular as well as the modernity, and still maintaining the style of a windows and the steps and the trapezoidal volumetric structure. And definitely anyone can say that it's a Ladakh's monument. So it was a very nice design in the cup. The third one was a restoration of a Chortan. in a village. That was, looking at it, it looks like a very small project or small thing, but it was of a very high value of importance. Uh, that part of it was totally damaged, but he has tried and retained the things into its originality, nicely restored, and resorted very nicely. And the villagers and everything has come to the liveliness again. So it was a very good contribution he has given, and I hope that Professor Sheikh will continue to do such things, because there may be a many more sites like this waiting for you to get it revived. So it was very nice of Professor Sheikh to do this. So with these all concluding remarks, I would say that plenary session 1 was such a wonderful. I thank each and every speakers for their wonderful narrations, time out given to this conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Tripathi, Mr. Frank, and Professor Sheikh. Thank you very much. Now we shall move forward to the next session. Just to wait. Yeah. I was just referring my own papers, and now I will like to refer the original program. Now, welcome to the plenary session 2. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Asutosh Pathak, Secretary of a Patan District Heritage Conservation Society, Patan, Gujarat. Dr. Asutosh Pathak, welcome you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Floor is yours.
Yeah.
Continue, Mr. Pathak. Thank you.
I'm sharing my presentation. Let me see. Wait a little, let me have my presentation ready. Huh? It is ready, I will have to share the screen. Where is it?
Hello, sir. You seem to have shared your screen, but we can't
Yeah, no,
see
presentation is being open.
Okay.
No, is it there?
No, we can't see anything. It's just a black screen.
I have shared it. Why isn't it seen? My screen is telling that stop sharing, and it is being shared. Let me see once again. Just a minute. Okay, I should go once again. Wait.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, is it there?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So, I think the screen is visible, and on the same, my voice is also audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So, first of all, thank you all. Thank you, Kash Foundation, University of Uzbekistan, Archaeological Survey of India, Ladakh, and all the organizers of this program. So I'm going to talk about the climate and its effects on the monuments, right? Basically, I'm from North Gujarat, Patan. And today, on the day of World Heritage Day, first of all, I provide compliments to all of you and best wishes on this day. And we have organized this program very nicely on the same day of World Heritage Day. And I'm from such a city which was an ancient capital of Gujarat state for more than 600 to 700 years. And as a result, we have many sculptures and monuments available in our city. And one of them is Rani Ki Vav. Am I audible properly?
Yes, sir, you are.
Fine. So
Yes,
one of
go
them,
ahead.
yes, thank you, sir. One of them is Rani Ki Vav, right? And I'm going to talk about Rani Ki Vav only. But before that, I will just give you only a few things that adverse effect of climate on ancient monuments. So I'm going to tell you about a little bit about this climate change, right? And what is weather, what is atmosphere, and all these make some sort of adverse effects on the monuments which are available in the India as well as in our Gujarat, in my Patan city also, right? So climate and climate change. See, I'm going to talk about it from the origin of Earth also, right? So weather refers to short-term changes in the atmosphere, while climate describes what the weather is like over a long period of time in specific area. So our Gujarat and especially my North Gujarat, it is what you can call drought-prone area, and it's a dry, hot area in of northern part of Gujarat, right? So we are going to talk about buildings and monuments, and also about specially historical monuments. So when we talk about change of climate, so what is the origin of Earth, right? So Earth, along with the other planets, is believed to have been born 400 to 500 billion years ago as a solidified cloud of dust and gases, right? That was left over from the creation of the sun. So as we all know, that was a big bang of the sun, and from there all this cloud and dust and gases, all these things get separated, and for more than perhaps 500 million years the interior of Earth stayed solid and relatively cool. So in this process, this hot what we can say hot balloon of gas, it just got cool, and in the course of time it was converted into Earth. So here I have written a long narration, and as I was given only 15 minutes, so I will not what we can say spare or donate more time in all these things. But my intention is that from the origin of the Earth, the change in the climate, the change in the weather is almost there. And as we all know that what is permanent, so the change is permanent, right? So precisely, and in the course of time, the Earth acquired its present appearance with water and with what we can say mountains, and all those things came over there, right? This is the Rani Ki Vav stepwell of Keen, which was erected in 1062 to 66. So here you can say that this Rani Ki Vav, it is a temple of water, and Vav is a source of water. It was used for drinking water, right? And this was erected in the 11th century of the Queen Udaymati. This is also the symbol of love. Queen Udaymati erected this Rani Ki Vav in the memory of her beloved husband, King Bhimdev. So as we all know about Taj Mahal, it was built by Shahjahan for her wife Mumtaz Mahal, but this is built for her husband, right? These are the things written over there in Rani Ki Vav. This is the information provided over there by Archaeological Survey of India. After having the status of World Heritage Site, these written scripts on the what we can say copper plate was given to the center. This is one of the most famous sculpture of what we can say Sheshashahi Srihari Vishnu. Actually, in Rani Ki Vav, there is the description of Dashavatar. As we all know, in Hindu myths, Hindu religions, Hindu scriptures, we all know that this is means our Holy Scriptures started with the incarnation of Sri Hari Vishnu, and all those incarnations are given over here. Now, my thing is the adverse effect of climate change on Rani Ki Vav. So, as I said, that we are from the this drought prone area, and here it is a very hot condition. On the same, all the weathers are over here in a severe condition. We got plenty of rain, we got plenty of heat, and on the same, cold is also there. So all these things make some adverse effects on these sculptures which are there in Rani Ki Vav. If you visit or if you see somewhere, actually in Rani Ki Vav, we have more than 1,000 sculptures, right? And more than 400 sculptures are of Vishnu avatar, right? So here one can say this Rani Ki Vav is an epic carved in stone, right? We have many epics in our religious, but this epic is carved in stone. If you will visit this place, the Rani Ki Vav, you will find that all the incarnations, celestial beauties, and plenty of incidents are given in this Rani Ki Vav, right? Now here you will see some of the sculptures of celestial beauty. Actually, all these sculptures are very badly affected by the weather. Here is a sculpture of a celestial beauty who has just taken bath and she is getting ready. But looking at the sculpture, you will find that many of the parts and this sculpture is not that much attractive because the environment and the hot weather has affected these things very badly. Here, this is one of the pillars of Rani Ki Vav. Actually, as I said, that this was erected in 1062 to 1666, right? So, this Rani Ki Vav, in the initial stage, means after being erected, after being prepared, it is assumed from some of the ancient scriptures and ancient books that this was buried under the flood of a neighboring nearby river, Saraswati River. Patan city is situated on the bank of river Saraswati, and this Rani Ki Vav is very much near to the river Saraswati. So it is believed that this Vav was totally buried by the debris, by the flood of the river. And as a result, this was under the earth for many years. In just what we can say, in 1960s, the excavation from the Archaeological Department of India started, and chronologically, one by one, 7 floors. This was a 7-floor Vav. Actually, if we go towards the types of Vav, there are plenty of things, but in the stipulated time, I have to complete my presentation. So, all these things, all these more than 1,000 sculptures and statues of Lord Vishnu, all buried under the slit of the river Saraswati. But in the course of time, when it came on the surface, means when some of the people, at first it was seen by some of the British tourists, and when it was seen, slowly it got excavated and 7 floors came into existence. Here, if you can see this pillar properly, this pillar is a symbol of Hindu. If you can see the pointer is a pot, or you can say Kalash. This is a pot. Below this is the pot, and in our what we can say in our religion, this is the symbol of a good omen, that there should be a Kalash and flowers of some trees on the Kalash. But this scripture, this sculpture, you will see that this has got the effect of environment. The whole Rani Ki Vav is made of sandstone, and when such things happen, so some of the sandstones are got adversely affected. This is one of the idol of Lord Vishnu. Here is the chakra, and this shoulder, this shoulder too has got what we can say the cancer of sandstone. Yani ki this sandstone gets decayed due to some of the environmental problems. Generally, what happens? The whole Ranki in the very first peak you might have seen, the whole Ranki Vav is open to sky. So whenever it rains, all these sculptures get wet. In the course of time, when the sunshine comes, the moisture, the evaporation makes some sort of mutilation with this, what we can say, the structure. Now, this is also the structure of Rani Ki Vav, and this is what we can say a place where this breaking of this what we can say shade type of things is given over here. This shade too was broken due to what we can say heavy rain also. Actually, this Rani Ki Vav, yani ki when it came on the surface, this whole structure, this ancient heritage site has suffered flood, earthquake, and very hot seasons also. Right? From here you will see that these things are just on the verge of collapse. So all these things from here need the proper support. And all this proper support is to be prepared in accordance with these ancient pillars and ancient columns and beams, so that it will give this sculpture, this structure, the ancient image properly. This is one of the what we can say our ancient incarnation, Varaha Avatar. Right? If you know, according to the myth, the whole earth had sunk in the ocean, and this incarnation of Lord Vishnu Varaha went in the bottom of the sea and brought the whole earth on his head. This is the Varaha Avatar. Now over here, these fingers too have got collapsed due to what we can say the effect of this heat weather and all these things. In many of the cases when the tourists come, this is not protected properly. So many of the tourists even touches all these old sculptures. This is what we can say the platform where such celestial beauties and incarnation of Lord Vishnu is put. But here too, you will see that a big crack is created. So this is the effect of what we can say earthquake, which was over here in 2001. But now the Archaeological Survey of India should do something to save this type of cracks in the sculpture. Here, this celestial beauty, actually in this, what we can say, Rani Ki Vav. Just a minute, I will have to mute it. Yes, in this Rani Ki Vav, if you see, there are many sculptures of celestial beauties, and as I said that it was erected in 1062, yani ki in 11th century. So even in 11th century, you will find many sculptures, many celestial beauties. They are just applying lipsticks and just making all the beauty treatments, manicure, pedicure is scripted over there in the stone in this Rani Ki Vav. But in the course of time, when the time passes, if the proper care is not taken, this sort of things means these sandstone will be collapsed in some of the cases. Means from a long time as we have preserved these monuments, so maybe the coming future generations may not be in the position to see, to check this glory of ancient Rani Ki Vav. Here, the adverse effect is very much visible on this sculpture. Right? Okay, so this was all from my end. As I was given 15 minutes, I have taken a little bit more time. But if I go on talking about Rani Ki Vav, if I go on much more about Rani Ki Vav, then there are plenty of things to see and check.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Asutosh Pathak.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice of you to give the details of Ranki. Very nice of you to give the details of Ranki Wow. Good elements and parts you have shown. Nice. Thank you very much. We'll talk about it in the plenary session much. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Now, thank you very much, Asutosh. Now we would like to move ahead with the second speaker. Second speaker is architect Izaz Ahmed Vadan, architect and urban analyst, former architect and urban planner, USAID's Afghan Urban Water and Sanitation, that's AUWS project, Jalalabad, Afghanistan. Yeah. Welcome, architect Izaz Ahmed. Welcome to our country, and nice of you to have you as a second speaker. So, Mr. Architect Izaz, now floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paresh Kapadia, sir. Firstly, I would congratulate and thank you to Kash Foundation, especially to Dr. Kash Yadav Kumar for making this wonderful meeting happen and discussing the heritage, which is sort of a humanitarian or a responsible topic for all of us being humans. And I want to say also thank to all the distinguished guests from around and out of India. I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to start my presentation since I have a diverse background of my experiences. I am an architect and urban analyst. I worked in heritage sites with Aga Khan, with the Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan, Ministry of Information and Culture, and with the in the urban sector. I worked in Ministry of Urban Development and Land in Kabul, and with the Afghan Urban Water and Sanitation Project, which is an urban city-scale project by the USAID funded project with the Germans, Bremen Overseas Research Development Association, and with the DT Global, an American international company. I will be sharing some of my experiences during my practice and during my work back in Afghanistan. I will be discussing some of different examples from around Afghanistan and to share some more useful information. Is it visible? My presentation is visible now?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm going to discuss about the heritage in conflict areas. Especially, I'm focusing on Afghanistan since I worked there, and I have this 7 years experience of working in Afghanistan in different projects and different government and non-government institutions. I'm sorry, I'm unable to move. Okay, now. Since Afghanistan is concerned, the historical background, Afghanistan is one of the rich, historically rich country with a very close, having very close ties with India, the greatest India, and bordering with Iran, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan. And most importantly, from historical point of view, Afghanistan has very close ties with India, and we have cultural connections and influences on each other. Being located on the this Grand Silk Road, the fabled Silk Road has threaded through Afghanistan for centuries. Afghanistan's location equidistant between the China Sea and the Mediterranean made it a strategic ancient crossroad. Geographically, Afghanistan is very, very important and a gateway towards the Central Asia and also to the Persian world and back into the Mediterranean Sea and towards Europe. So it's been a greatest gateway of trade routes, of cultural exchange. Mostly people, historians quote that people from India used to come through Silk Road from China and the Persian world, and they have a central space, Kabul, or as a present-day capital, and Afghanistan is a gateway and is a resting point, being the crossroad of silk, during the crossroad of the civilizations. So all the civilization came here and to meet, to greet, and share the culture, influence each other, and then move forward. So according to the cultural point of view, the strategic location of Afghanistan is very important. And moving forward, about the archaeological excavations, there are several archaeological excavation projects led by Afghanistan Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan. I'm going to share about my project, which I worked as being the conservation architect with the Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan in the Mizanic archaeological site. And also we had international partners, some French archaeologists, Americans, Italians, Germans, British, Indians, and Japanese, of course, which came about a huge number of archaeological artifacts, numerous archaeological destinations, several authentic monuments identified with various time of Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Achaemenid period, Buddhism, Hinduism, Greco-Bactrian, Kushano-Sasanian, Ephthalites, and further to Islamic era have been found. The most important and significant structures, and also one of the UNESCO's World Heritage Site, Bamyan's Buddha, is also located in Afghanistan, and also the second UNESCO's World Heritage Site, Minaret of Jam, and one of the most significant sites like No Gumbad Mosques and Mizanat archaeological site, and in the north, Balkh district is one of the ancient cities in the world, and it is also called the Bilad, the mother of all cities. It's a historical context and historical background of Afghanistan. Moving further, historical sites, basically what kind of role it plays. Basically, the historical sites are the economic, cultural, and social drivers for a dynamic, sustainable environment. They form an integral part of our nation's history, identity, and regional diversity. Contrasting proportions and progressions of these historical sites play a significant role in uplifting and shaping urban landscapes and structures, which also function as a backbone for balanced growth and settlements. You can see in the image, the collage image, we can see the monuments, the culture, the different activities, and also the landscape, the rich landscape, the rich Islamic architecture. And, furthermore, we'll be heading to some of the significant heritage sites in Afghanistan. So this is, in the picture you can see, this is the Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan. I worked here as a conservation architect at the specific site of Mizanat archaeological site. And according to the Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan, more than 5,000 major archaeological sites are identified in Afghanistan, according to the survey conducted in 2016. But due to the conflict and security, these sites are partially documented, or some of the sites are still left undocumented. Since Afghanistan has a 40 years of war history and political instability, so it is much challenging to work in a country like Afghanistan, where the uncertainties remains at its peak, and the political situation is always unstable. So that is the only reason the archaeological excavations and the projects for the heritage protection is always somehow delayed or partially, completed in some ways. In Afghanistan, since, as I told you before, in Afghanistan, we have two major UNESCO's World Heritage Sites. One of them is Bamiyan's Buddha, which is located in the north of Afghanistan, and Bamiyan, in the Bamiyan Valley, which is destroyed by Taliban in 2001, unfortunately, after they came into power. And they have destroyed all the major heritage sites, and especially the Kabul National Museum also. So it was a dark day in the heritage history of Afghanistan. These are the 6th century monumental statues which have been destroyed, but still in today's Afghanistan, in the present day Afghanistan, these people, these Talibans who destroyed this immense archaeological site are back in power. So there are a lot of uncertainties regarding the heritage protection, regarding the heritage landscape and archaeological excavations in the cities and also in the rural areas, because before we had a sustainable and democratic government which was involved with lots of major projects throughout in Afghanistan with the international communities. And unfortunately, today's Afghanistan is facing a crisis in a way that all the international communities who are involved in the heritage, especially in the heritage projects, they're out now, and there is a lack of specialists, and there is a lack of people who are very connected and organizations which are very connected to heritage and culture, especially the UNESCO, the Alif Foundation, and Arakan, and so on. Moving forward, the second UNESCO's World Heritage Site is called the Minaret of Jam. It is located in a remote and nearly inaccessible region of Sharak district of War province, and is built in the 12th century, about 65 meters, and it is made of clay and bricks, and very well geometrically decorated with geometrical patterns, floral patterns, and with the blue tiles and Kashi color, and also with some fresco paintings and colors on it. The same after, since it is made by the Ghurid dynasty, and after the capture of Afghanistan by the Ghurids, in 12th century, they moved to New Delhi, and after capturing the New Delhi, they have built this wonderful Qutub Minaret in India, Delhi, which is also perceived as a replica of Minaret Jam in India. So I'm trying to a little bit connect the regional connectivity and the cultural connectivity through the architectural and archaeological artifacts we have found in our regions with our India, in Pakistan, Iran, and the neighboring countries. Since Afghanistan and India has a very close relations, and we had in the past we had a shared territories, major influence of culture and especially the architecture of making the grand gardens and forts and minarets like these you can see in the picture. Going further, since I told you before that I will be using some of the different projects to give you a short and a brief image of heritage in Afghanistan. This is a master plan of Misainak. We have in this site more than 100 ruined locations of archaeological locations and ancient dwellings, structures, and images of ancient copper mines and peripheral Buddhist monasteries. It covers around 450,000 square meters and is considered by the archaeologists as one of the significant heritage sites. More than 15,000 artifact structures are found during excavations. It is one of the biggest heritage site considered in Afghanistan. The architecture and the artifacts excavated thus far dated back to Kushans and Kushan Sassanians and Haftalite period from the 2nd BC to the emergence of Islam in the 8th century AD. We have also found some of the Bronze Age coins and some of the artifacts recovered back 50,000 years back. And it is also at the same time, since its location is very strategic and it is located on the top of the mountain, so it is at the same time, it is the copper mine, second largest copper mine in the world. And at the same time, it is a huge complex of Buddhist site. So it's a big challenge today for Afghanistan to either conserve the heritage or either go for economical support for the country, excavating or extracting the mines of copper. Since we had this Afghan government had a MOU with the Chinese company to extract the mines, copper mines there, and which will result the destructions of this amazing site. I'm going to move forward to show you a little bit more images. This is the site's aerial image. You can see in the image, this site is 1.5 kilometer by 1.5 kilometer, very big, large site. And you can see the human interventions, illegal excavations on the site, the lootings, of course, and a vast location. Mostly the sculptures and the heritage and the artifacts found here are mostly made of unbaked clay. And that's the only reason that due to the harsh environment, the harsh weather, day by day it is decaying just because of the temperature and because of being unbaked clay sculptures. You can see in these images the illegal excavations and lootings. Of course, the destructions happened before the team of Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan, Ministry of Information and Culture accessed the site. And these are the level of destructions you can see. This is a posture of meditation of Buddhist statue. So this is the most important thing is like to conserve a heritage in a way like to understand the fragmentation of that object of that heritage site. You can see the architectural monuments on the site, the Buddhist stupas, more floral, more geometric, and more different in a way of material. We have more than 100 sites like this. And it is very important to preserve, but in this meantime, the China is influencing the Afghan government that to give it a consideration in a way that they're gonna extract these copper mines, and also they are planning some planning to give away out for the relocation of these sites. But here the question arises, instead of moving or relocating this incredible heritage site, why not to make it an open air museum like the rest in the world? In the rest of the world we have, like in Italy, in India, in Pakistan, like in different countries, we have these kind of open air museums on the site. This is the site museum at Misainak, and these are some of the findings we had during our excavations in the Messianic archaeological site. You can see the different statues and different portraits and different artifacts in Egypt. So coming to this point that future of Messianic can be an open air museum. It's an idea, it's a critique. It should face and it should be given an international platform. Why not to have such a sort of space where we can openly go and visit and influence the different cultures. And we have sort of a museum which is open air and have open access to everyone. Because according to UNESCO, heritage sites is not connected to a certain culture or a certain tribe or a country. It is for all human beings. So since it is for all human beings, we need to preserve and restore it for the future generations. But of course, in the image you can see all these mountains. Once China started excavating the copper mine, all of these heritage sites will be destroyed and nothing will left. Just imagine of extracting and destroying or cutting all these mountains, and imagine the picture of future after cutting all these mountains, so nothing will left behind. This is an important heritage issue in Afghanistan, in a conflict area, since we have a government which is especially not recognized internationally, and we have this problem, especially the less attention towards the heritage. We have a problem of lootings, and these lootings may result that we will lose a lot of valuable heritage in Afghanistan. Coming to another heritage site, since we are in Afghanistan and we are looking for the heritage conservation, heritage preservation, we are facing economical crisis and the heritage looting on the sites, and of course, heritage sites which are located in the cities and urban landscape. It is facing an immense pressure from the urban sprawl. You can see in the image, this picture is in this place. This site is called Khalai Balaisar or Balaisar Fort, which is used mainly by the Durrani Empire and Mughal empires, which has a huge influence in Pakistan and India. So these important sites, at the same time, they are facing the challenge of urban sprawl, and also with the less connection of international parties and international collaborators. And of course, there are some of the certain groups and some of some of the people who are involved in the illegal excavations and lootings. It is very, very important to preserve and have an attention towards such sort of sites and in such sort of like conflict areas like Afghanistan. This is an image. It is Balaisar of Kabul or Citadel of Kabul. Since it is located on the Kabul is located on the Silk Road, and it is the intersection of the Silk Road. So this is one of the significant urban archaeological site in today's Afghanistan, and it was built in the 5th to 6th century AD, but mostly it was further developed with by the Durrani Empire and the Mughal Empire. And you can see the fortifications, and this was the main point in Kabul. Especially it is used for the military barracks, and it is used as a governor house at that time. we have the more similar projects and heritage sites in India and in Pakistan sharing the belt together with the same architectural elements. This is today's image in today's Afghanistan. Since the Afghanistan, since before the 15th of August, the fall of the government, democratic government, was and the Taliban, they have signed an MOU with the Arakan Culture for Trust by the economical contribution from, of course, the Indian government, Indian government, with the technical support of Kash Foundation, Ministry of Information, Culture, Ecology Institute of Afghanistan, National Museum, and international experts. It was considered as to be the first archaeological park in Afghanistan. Since the fall of the government and the rise of Taliban, this is the situation in Afghanistan is very uncertain and uncertain for in terms of heritage preservation because nobody physically is out there, and mostly the expertise we had in Afghanistan in different institutions like Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan, Ministry of Information and Culture, National Monument Protection Authority, or different entities of the government. They all left Afghanistan, and all those expertise are evacuated out of Afghanistan. So, since there is a big uncertain situation about the heritage and culture of Afghanistan. This is, you can see the present scenario, the urban, we can say this is an urban or we can say the suburban sprawl towards the site because because never the urban sprawl or the suburban sprawl, it never stops because people need housing, people need a space to live there. And since the government is not, putting their interest out there for the people to give them a proper space to live. They are just trying to have and grab a space, a place to have a house or the space to live. Since that's also a challenge that in the cities in Afghanistan, in the major cities, in the heritage sites, we have this problem of the urban sprawl or suburban sprawl, which affects the sites a lot. And since it is, in this way, it is losing the fragmentation of its heritage and its history. These are the two questions which comes since working in Afghanistan, how cultural heritage can play a significant role in nation building, and what are the key measures which can formulate the management and protection of course, war cultural heritage. So these are the two questions which come in my mind every time, like how, since we know that culture is a nation building, a key to nation building, and it is very, very important aspect of our social life, and we need to preserve it. But on the ground realities, it is very, very hard in such sort of conflict areas in Afghanistan, like in Afghanistan, to formulate and manage and also protect these cultural heritage sites. So a way forward for dealing all these heritage sites is policy making for heritage protection, urban and suburban growth, to protect and sustain the archaeological and monumental landscape of the cities as well as in the rural areas. Since we have this such a rich heritage landscape, so for the protecting of that heritage landscape, we need a special policy, and which should be very authentic and aesthetically very correct to control the urban and suburban growth, of course, and to protect and sustain the archaeological monumental landscape of the cities as well as in the rural area. And for that sake, we need intergovernment parties to involve, of course. there will be stakeholders. We need to involve them, and of course the local communities and international communities to have a technical support like UNESCO, Alif Foundation, Aga Khan, and so on. And the safeguarding criteria, a good and committed coordination in development projects and heritage sites management, both on urban and rural scale, is needed. Urgent need for the protection of heritage site experts, protecting it from the lootings, since it is one of the major problem in Afghanistan, since people are feeling starvation. They are going through starvation since there is economical crisis, since there is a political crisis, since there is a big regime change in Afghanistan, and democratically people are not able, are not accepting that government. So all these problems comes together and makes a society more vulnerable. And in this present moment, Afghanistan is facing an immense crisis, economical crisis. And for economical crisis, everybody can do anything. It's just not about the criteria of, or it's not about just lootings. So in terms of heritage sites, to protect the heritage sites from the lootings, we need an urgent protection strategy for that. Providing a buffer zone for the protection of boundary of the site from urban and suburban sprawl, and reassessment of available data and prioritizing the emergency need for the protection of the site, and developing and improving the level of cultural awareness in the people and the value of cultural and historical heritage sites in the country. Analyzing the futuristic urban and suburban growth of the city concerning the heritage sites, engaging with the local body government to facilitate the process of heritage protection, capacity building of Afghan cultural heritage specialists, especially from the Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan, Ministry of Information and Culture, Ministry of Urban Development and Land, using with the GIS technology, of course, with a new modern world, a contemporary world, we can predict through different softwares the heritage sites, and we can make 3D out of our ruined sites. So for that, the GIS technology for cultural heritage management, which is very important in sustainability and management of the sites. Providing the traineeship to local communities and expertise, proper planning, identification, research protection, management of cultural heritage in urban areas, and engaging the international expertise. And mapping, especially, this is the most important thing, since we have more than 5,000, according to the 2016 survey, we have more than 5,000 archaeological sites, heritage sites. So there are, some of them are partially documented and some of them are still undocumented just because of the uncertainty in the region. So mapping of the known and unknown archaeological sites, and particularly the areas which is affected by the urban and rural expansion, is very, very important. So coming to all these things, I think heritage in itself is a very important key and very important, I would say, a soul in a body, a soul in a country. Heritage is a soul in a country, and it plays a very important role to represent our culture and to share our ties, our cultural ties with our neighboring countries, especially in India. I was looking to some of the information from India. The first, we have such sort of connected ties with through our culture and society, and especially I was looking into music and cinema. That considering the first ever Indian movie recorded in Afghanistan in 1975, called Dharmatma, and starring the Feroz Khan and the special heroine Hema Malini. So this shows.
To interrupt Architect Azaz, we are running short of time.
Okay, so
then,
I'm just I'm at the
summing it up.
ending point.
Yeah,
I'm
please,
at the ending
please,
point. Yes.
thank you, sir.
So thank you. I would say these things, these all the projects are very important since Afghanistan has a vast historical background. So it's not just about some of these projects. There is a lot more than 5,000 projects which we can move forward and work on and protect as our responsibility. So I would say thank you so much for having me, and this is it for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Architect Izaz Ahmed, sir. Very nicely you mentioned about your culture and religion of Afghanistan terrain, landscape, monuments, etc. You have shown the worries about the heritage. You have shown some solutions about it. It was very nice to hear you up. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Architect Izaz. Yeah. Now we will move on to our third and the last speaker. She is Dr. Anita Rane Kothare, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, India. Welcome, Dr. Anita Rane Kothare, madam. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll share my screen over here.
Yeah. Come.
Share screen. Right. I would like to show you all something. First and foremost, good evening. I thank the Kash Foundation for inviting me. I thank all the eminent scholars. It was a treat to listen to you all. And I'll be talking about the threats of petroglyphs and what exactly is, you can say, observed over here. Unfortunately, I'm doing WebEx for the first time, and I think I brought a wrong this thing over here. Maybe I'll stop it for a moment and I'll end the show and I'll go to the next one for a moment. Yeah. I think there was something wrong over here in my listening. I'm sorry because I may not be able to show you all the things, but still, what exactly are petroglyphs? And just now, one of the sites has received the UNESCO Heritage Award over here. So we shall go to that directly over here. And then we can understand what are the basic threats to these sites over here. So basically, what are petroglyphs? What is the extent of petroglyphs and where you find them over here? That's what I will concentrate in 2-3 minutes for you all. So petroglyphs are basically rock, you can say, engravings, which are found, you can say, on the surface or they're found in the rocks. You'll find them all over the world, even places like Azerbaijan. You have them in Afghanistan, Uzbekistan. You have them in various sites from the north of, you can say, that is right from US down to Australia, you'll find them. You have petroglyphs over here in Ladakh also. And you will also find something really amazing that there are geoglyphs. We'll keep them aside for a moment. And you have them in Konkan also. While talking about Konkan, let me tell you all one thing, that Konkan, as it is known as, is a land which is separated from the mainland by, you can say, the Sahyadri range, which is one of the oldest range. So when you look at it over here, in order to reach up on the top, you will see that you have to cross those, you can say, mountains and then go. How will you really go over there? So that is something really very unique, that they found passes to go over there. And so you'll find petroglyphs on the top of the mountain. Are they really maps? Question mark. So we will talk about, you can say, these aspects and what are the characteristic features and how do you manage and what is, you can say, vandalism over here. So as I told you all, rock art includes etchings, bruising, couples over here, and petroglyphs as well. I will not enter into this detail over here. And what do they consist of basically? Now you have petroglyphs from prehistoric to the historical period, and they depict your flora, fauna, zoomorphic animals, X-ray animals, humans, geometric motifs and patterns, okay? And you will see that they try to show you all the contemporary life of that, you can say, particular era. So in the historical era also you have it. Now, when you find them even present today, we call it as graffiti. So there lies a difference. So I just want to show you all geoglyphs over here. This is just by, you can say, shifting sand, they have created it. So this is not a rock carving because of the climatic conditions, they remain like that only. So these are geoglyphs which you all see over here. And can go ahead over here. I don't know what's happened over here to this thing. One moment. All right. I'll go directly over here. One moment, I'm extremely sorry. There is something wrong once again over here. Now I can show you. I think this is hung over here for a moment. I will just stop sharing it and I'll re-show you all again. Sorry, my screen is hung over here. Anyway, that's it. Okay, now there it is. So you will see that there are, you can say, in France also, in Africa also, you'll find that they have shown animals, existing animals over here. This is Australia. And you'll find this pupils over here at Edekal in Kerala. And here I'm trying to show you all Ladakh. Now, why am I showing you all this? Because then we'll come to vandalism. This is Domkar Valley, and there are petroglyphs near the river this thing site itself. I come down directly to Goa. There you will see that today it is just, you can say 2-3 weeks ago, it was declared as a UNESCO heritage site. I have taken these photographs 21 years ago, and I took them recently also, just to show you all what has exactly happened over here. Now, initially what had happened, this is also removed. They had made a replica of this 21 years ago. It's removed from there, and I was very fascinated, and I decided to hunt over here. Where is this site? Not a soul knew about them. It was a very bad thing. It was on the banks of the river Kushavati. Now, when you look at this site over here, you've got to learn the geology of that aspect also. That on one you have, you can say granite, on the other one laterite. Most of the petroglyphs in Maharashtra are on laterite. So here are peacock carvings, dancing figures over here. These are photographs which I took 21 years ago. And I will show you the photographs again, just to show you what has happened of them. And of course, it was like I was really shocked over then this entire site gets submerged under the river. There are about 100 more, you can say, animals and all drawn, which are under, you can say, swamp.
Excuse me, ma'am.
So this, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but can you put your presentation in the slideshow mode?
Unfortunately, I cannot do that. That was the main reason. So I had to, you can say, go back and do it manually.
Okay, no problem.
I'm very sorry about that.
No, it's all right. Thank you so much.
So then I said I'll hand manual. I was doing it in that manner only, unfortunately. So you can see how these figures were. These are on laterite surface, what you can call as a Zambia stone over there. So according to A. Sundara, this site was 8,000 or 9,000 years ago. This was excavated by the local people who resided over here. Now, what has happened to this site? Once again, you'll see that 21 years ago, people never realized what exactly was, and mining began in this area right from that time. So people started cutting. So these footprints which are found over here were cut. Now, when you look at the labyrinth over here, this is a unique kind of a labyrinth found. You find such kind of labyrinths even in Africa and in South America. What is the significance is another, you can say, story by itself. Something very unique you find over here are also people. And many a times they prefer showing the hands and the legs of these people. I don't know why and what is the significance of all these things over here. Now you can see the change of, you can say, this photographs currently which I've taken. That same man, you will see everything is eroded over here. You have the peacock. And you will see how they have created all these, you can say, they removed the stone from here, not realizing what it was. You can see these cuts over here. Now, of course, they must have saved it over here. I'm very happy about it. I would like to show you one more, you can say, site which they found in Goa, which was Dudan Fatar. So you can see the stone over here. This is the only granite stone which you all see over here, which was seen. And that was me. I was very thin and skinny when I, you can say, had taken this photograph over here of these kind of zoomorphs found over here. And because it was, you can say, neglected and exposed, you will see how it looks like today. Everything has eroded over here. And now they put up these signs. These signs were not there existing. So now the cause of it is who? Nature or human beings? That is the most important thing. Now, this is a site which I discovered myself over here. 3 sites which I had discovered mainly. And this is a site near Pali on the plateau. Remember, I told you all that it was man who had to go on through the Deccan Plateau. And therefore, he created maps over here. And he created something like square maps with signs. So it's the beginning of cartography. And remember, when I discovered this, I thought of satellites over here. And I said, let me trace, you can say, where this is. I hardly had any equipments with me. But somewhat I tried to, you can say, figure out these locations. And you have, you can say, this is on top of a mountain, but quite near to the sea. So that is what made it very amazing. The second site which I discovered over here is actually, you can say, a kind of a hut. It looks like, you can say, a flying saucer and a man standing. Here you can see, there's a huge, you can say, man standing over here. Something popping out over here like a chimney over here. Does it indicate a kind of a house? Question mark, I don't know. Now, what has happened to this site today, I would like to tell you all that this area actually belongs to the government, but is occupied by local people. And they want to, you can say, have mangroves or mango groves over here. And therefore, now they're very angry and part of it has to be gone for mining. I don't know whether this site will exist or not. So the government has to save this site. And this is where I found a, you can say, unique map, a kite-shaped map over here with a kind of a trail over here. You can see, and it is like a, almost like a rhombus, which I can show you all here. And like this, I found 4 maps. So this is actually the beginning, you can say, earliest evidences of cartography. The third site which I have over here for you all, you can see that these 3 sites which I found are like it's like almost like a triangle, is a, you can say, bison shown. So that means he was a hunter. This is the bison over here. Another wheel, does it connect to religion? Question mark over here. What is it? Now, another thing comes over here is mythology. Why mythology? Well, you have a, you can say, a story where Parshuram, who was, you can say, one of the avatars of Vishnu, he, you can say, had actually stopped the sea from coming in, and he had, you can say, made a barrier over there. So this barrier, when you look at it, it has a, you can say, what will I call it, as a different kind of a significance. Did he convert the people over there, or he had a contact with aboriginals over here? These aboriginals actually connected with, you can say, merchants in the sea, okay? And they connected with the people, or you can say, on the surface. Question marks, many things you can say, these questions arise over here. So this is another map which I found. Part of it is under the cactus. Different animals. Now here I found a unique, I named it as a unicorn goat, but if you stand at the side, you can say, it can look like a goat with, you can say, 1 horn, but it might be with 2 horns. But there are goats like this found even in different parts of the world. So this is the fox. You have over here reniforms. Reniforms are, you can say, their fertility, you can say, represent fertility organs. This is like a whale which was discovered. A crow. You can see almost a shark over here. Again, when you look at it, these are not destroyed. They have just made so many. That's it, like over here. So I had the local people with me who went around hunting. Now I would like to show you all one. This is another one petroglyph which was found, which is converted into a temple. So this is also a kind of a threat only. I would like to show you this entire map which I found on the way, and I will show you the present conditions also of that map. So this is where the map was. You'll be able to see. I will speak about that map. Now, this is a, you can say, a elephant shown over here. This map has been taken with the help of a drone by my friend. And you can see all animals inside, within, you can say, the elephant shown over here. This is from Varachiwadi, Ratnagiri. You cannot actually see. So what you require around this is a kind of a fence to make people understand. So here, I want to tell you all that you require awareness among the public. Look, there is heritage around you. Try and save. Our mango, you can say, grows important. Plantations, banana plantations, important over there. Mining, important. So this is what happens over here. So you'll find, I'm just making a comparison over here, that you find a shark over here at Varachiwadi. Here I found another one. So they're the same people, same community, trying to do the same, you can say, things. But of course, 8 or 9,000 years ago. Now this is, you can say, the unicorn goat at Domkar, the one which I have over here. Then these are the Zaude boer, which also I discovered, another map which I discovered, and pupils over here. Now, unfortunately, you can see what has happened over here. Because of mining, the head is lost. They were not even aware of what has actually happened over here. This is the goddess at Verna. Luckily, it was saved. And there, I don't know why these people have put a, you can say, grill right above it. If it collapses, the whole thing is gone. Now, this was an entire Brahmanical, you can say, cave, which I discovered. This is also from there. This was like a whale, which I found. And these were, you can say, Brahmanical caves. Unfortunately, because of my legs, I could not go inside over here in it. But I discovered the other parts of it as well. This is another Reni form. And I found over here iconography. So that is, you can say, a man sitting on a, you can say, elephant. This is Bhagirath, or you can call it as Arjuna's penance also. Then there is Narsimha, which I found over here. Comparison shows that it belongs to probably 5th century AD, part of it, because same kind of Narsimha is found at Ramtek. Then I also found monolithic shrines. So these are, you can say, actually, you can say, nobody has ever gone over there to all these places also. They're just lying over there. And identical monolithic shrines I found at, found it also in Goa. Here you all can see I found 4 temples over here of this kind. Here are the 4 maps which I wanted to show you all. And this indicates a wave, that is water. Now, what does it show? Now, okay, I also take literature. That's also part of heritage. And Arthashastra says that this was a Vanikapatha in 3rd century BC. And they had both land and water routes. I want to show you all other 4 maps over here. This is a Devi Hasor. So you can see that this was a tradition existing. So what I did of this map was, since it's a, you can say, it looks like an island over here, I just drew ahead, and I found over here the, you can say, answer to that question, that this indicated over here, this island which was in the center in Konkan. Then I found some more, you can say, petroglyphs in Konkan region and Sindhudurg region over here. So you can see them all. Elephants over here, Reni forms over here, writing inscriptions over here. Again, a body of a man over here, indicating some kind of, what will I call it as, a worship of some, you can say, male or fertility goddess, question mark. Again, fish symbols. And I want to show you all over here the thread, mining. Many of them have got destroyed over here. There is one goddess, which I'd seen when I went once again over there, it was destroyed. Now, this is a man I paid to, the Dhangar, who is to take care of all these figurines. He was the one who actually helped. Just one single leg. Rest of it is just destroyed. Here you all have a couple of them. So we kept stone, but people have occupied those places because at that time they were not aware about it. Now, this lady which was discovered, your mother goddess, is no longer existing. So you can see Colombe again, you have figurines which were found. Now, another monolithic shrine with a structural shikara was discovered now by me. And you can say, perhaps this was a shrine of Mahapurusha, which can be seen over here. A unique kind of a temple belonging to an earlier period. Probably it can be a Jain, you can say also. Now, what we did was we flew the drone over it. This is when this was destroyed, the same site which I showed you earlier. And then we found all these patches, cement thrown. Why was there cement over there? I will speak to you all in 2 minutes. Here you can see. So we flew the drone over it, took photography over here, just to see, kept rocks around it to understand. And cartography over here is actually something which is, you can say, existing prior to in Italy. They give credit to it to Bedolina, but that's not true because we had it about 8,000 to 9,000 years ago. Now, when you look at all these, I wanted to show you all this is mining which is found both in Sindhudurg and Ratnagiri, which has damaged the entire laterite, mining of laterite, which has caused these kind of havocs over here. And people, because of money, they want to, you can say, destroy. So many petroglyphs have got destroyed. One was found in Doda Marg also on a wall, which was destroyed due to mining. So what remains of it is only a photograph over here. And this has caused lakes because this vacuum over here, which is created kind of, has, you can say, created lakes over here. Again, you will find over here, removal of rocks for building houses has damaged all these petroglyphs around. Cementing. Now, why is there cementing over here? I will tell you all that opposite this side, they have decided to, you can say, have a water park. I had called, you can say, the people, local people, I called even the television and all. I said, come over here, this is happening. And they laughed at me. Yes, this is all before all these things happen. You're foolish over here. You have this people, you can say, mixing cement on the, you can say, petroglyph itself over here. And it was a very, very sad thing. You can see what has happened. That entire site has become smaller and smaller due to, you can say, their negligence. And this was the place where they wanted to have the mining was done. Now it is converted into a waterfall when you look at it. And I just wanted to show you all the latest. You can say this was taken in October. They have created a water park exactly opposite. In fact, 100 meters, you cannot have, you can say, any construction. And there was no kind of vegetation once upon a time like this done. You can see that the entire site has gone under, you can say, water. And you can see that they are just neglecting all this. So who is basically the cause of all these things? We? I guess so. Don't you all feel that after doing so much also, I mean, people are really not interested in actually looking at a heritage. It's only on Heritage Day that people become aware about it. And I think all these scholars over here are trying their levels best. So we, as you can say, human beings, people, because I don't call it, as you can say, a particular country's heritage or a particular, you can say, state's heritage. It is, you can say, global heritage. It belongs to us. So when I saw the previous, I heard it and I saw the previous lecture, I felt very sad when I saw the Bahman Buddhas because we teach that subject. In fact, when I saw the stupa shown over there, it reminded me of diaper masonry technique. And when you can't reach there, it is through all these things that such kind of, you can say, knowledge has to be communicated. So the main cause, you can say, of destruction is we. Nature is a cause, you can say, of vandalism, but it's not nature, it's human vandalism, which is the main cause. It's the lust, you can say, to have, you can say, more money, which destroys our own site. So it's lack of knowledge. What I feel over here is that the public, local children have to be made aware. Petroglyphs, or you can say all these sites must be taught through school. How can you clean the site? These sites should be adopted by villages. It can be, you can say, part of tourism. So that will give them some kind of, you can say, money. You can have stalls around, whatever it is. But water park is not a solution for petroglyphs over there. Of course, they require monetary help. So the government should, you can say, create awareness programs and make the children, you can say, or the people, the local community, adopt these sites, clean this site, because Archaeological Survey of India cannot afford to look after every site. But if given, you can say, a chance, they can really, you can say, look after, and heritage can be protected. So I feel over here, wars and all these things which are happening, people should consciously, you can say, keep religion aside. This is a human heritage. I feel that has to be said. We should not have these kind of barriers, is what I really feel. Once again, I thank you all over here for inviting me over here for delivering. I think hopefully I was very short. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anita, madam. Very nicely mentioned. very crispy and short, of course, and good insight of our Konkan region, and showing that rock cut, say rock carved ancient sites, how it is being destroyed. So anyway, we'll talk about it in a plenary session. Thank you very much, Dr. Anita.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, as we are running against the time and we have finished the last session. So I will just summing up in very shortly about this plenary session 2. Our first speaker, Asutosh Pathak, has mentioned about Ran Ki Vav, which is situated at Patan, Gujarat. Really, it was nicely presented by all the elements of the Ran Ki Vav. And of course, he's worried about that to preserve these things by the government or by the people, and such an ancient site of 11th century. So this was really nice of him to throw light on this kind of heritage sites. Thank you, Asutosh, for all these things. Our second speaker was architect Aizaz Ahmad. He has really given a good cultural, religion picture of landscape and terrain of his country, Afghanistan, our neighbor. He has shown so many other sites which has got the heritage and cultural value and ancient, say, rock cut architecture like Bahanian and all these things. But his worried was that this country had a 40 years long span of a war period, and that is a big challenge for all of them. And his worry and his question is very much valid, that whether to conserve heritage or to extract the bronze mines or open up air museum. So anyway, he has given his answer also, that it has to be preserved and conserved, because then only the people of the world will come to know about the Afghan, or they may get connected with Afghan and its culture. Thank you very much, Architect Aizaz, for giving this insight. Our third speaker, the last one, was Dr. Anita Rani Kothare. Yeah, he has thrown a light on the very good petroglyphs items, which is known as rock engraved sites of Konkan region. And he has said that it is all over the world of ancient time, and flora, fauna, graffiti, animals, festivals, regional cultures, all are mentioned as a storyline of the ancient time. Of course, her worries is also that, okay, is it ignorance of a human, or it is destroyed by nature? So that question is still in our mind. But the worry things what she has said, that greed of the money and no willpower of politics has grown up the mangroves and mining of cultural sites, and that's a very worried portion. So with her all this narration, we'll have to make up our mind, and we have to make a group that we make a promotion that all such petroglyph sites should be preserved. So with this short and sweet narration, I would like to finish my plenary session's concluding remarks. Over to Jiska. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Paresh Kapadia. Thank you, Dr. Alok Tripathi, Mr. Frank Slichman, Professor Sheikh Intikhab Alam, Dr. Ashutosh Pathak, Architect Aizaz Ahmad Wadan, and Dr. Anita Rani Kothare for sharing with us your immense knowledge and expertise. For all the viewers who have joined in late, we just concluded with our plenary sessions. For the plenary session 1, chaired by Architect Paresh Kapadia, we had Dr. Alok Tripathi, Additional Director General Archaeology, Archaeological Survey of India, New Delhi, India, who spoke on marine archaeological heritage. Next, we had Mr. Frank Slichman, founder the Four Tables Project, Gunehar, Himachal Pradesh, India, and Professor Sheikh Intikhab Alam, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Architecture, Jamia Millia Islamia, a Central University, New Delhi, India, who spoke on vernacular architecture in times of modern Indian inspiration and Ladakh, a living heritage, respectively. For the plenary session 2, also chaired by architect Paresh Kapadia, we had Dr. Ashutosh Pathak, Secretary, Patan District Heritage Conservation Society, Patan, Gujarat, and architect Ejaz Ahmed Wadan, architect and urban analyst, former architect and urban planner, Usaid Afghan Urban Water and Sanitization Project, Jalalabad, Afghanistan, who spoke on adverse effects of climate on ancient monuments and heritage in conflict areas, Afghanistan, as a focal point, respectively. The third plenary speaker that we had was Dr. Anita Rane Kothare, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, St. Xavier's College, Autonomous, Mumbai, India, who spoke on petroglyphs of Konkan and threats of destruction. For all the viewers, the feedback form is in the description. Do share your opinions and feedbacks by filling it up. Moving ahead, it is now time for the third segment of the event, that is the technical session. Before we could begin, presenters kindly make a note of certain instructions. Please make sure you are on mute all the time. Switch on your camera and unmute yourself only when it is your chance. After completing your presentation, don't forget to stop sharing your screen, and please maintain decorum throughout the conference. You will get around 5 minutes to present. After 4 minutes, you will be given the first reminder to start concluding your presentation, followed by a final indication to stop after 5 minutes. With this, now let's proceed with our very first speaker, Ms. Neelam Bhandari, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Physical Education, University of Mumbai, and Dr. Vishambhar Jadhav, Assistant Professor, Department of Physical Education, University of Mumbai, who will be presenting on effect of globalization and climate change on human health. Ms. Neelam, over to you.
Thank you so much, Itishka. A very good evening to one and all present here. I am Neelam Bhandari, PhD Research Scholar from the Department of Physical Education, Mumbai University. With the help of my guide, Dr. Vishambhar Jadhav, today I will be presenting my paper, Is my screen visible? Can someone give me a go ahead?
Yes, your screen is visible, ma'am.
Thank you so much. My topic for today is effect of globalization and climatic change on human health. My paper highlights the importance of physical and mental health in the growing ages. Globalization. As we all know, our world is coming very closer, country-wise and continent-wise. The places which we used to think are too far, we can travel now within few hours. Because of this reason, many multinational companies can have their bases in any area of the world. And because of which, many people have got job opportunities. But like we know, every coin has two sides. With the job opportunities, there comes many disadvantages as well, which is uncertain working hours, target pressure, less remuneration, and cutthroat competition. Most of the people working in the multinational companies experience stress and other physical problems like obesity and other diseases. Sports and other physical activities can be extremely helpful to de-stress ourselves and help us to lead a healthy and happy life. Global warming. I can give you an example of the current situation. Our ancestors used to enjoy all the seasons, whether it is summer, winter, or monsoon season. In the summer situation, they used to just go out and enjoy the pleasant climate. But in today, people like you and me cannot sit at home without an AC. And the reason for it is the increase in the temperature. And that is due to the advancement in the technology and excessive use of gadgets like fridge, television, cell phones that produces greenhouse gases. The whole world is experiencing the impact of global warming. Increasing temperature increases the threat of heat stroke and other various diseases like skin disease. It is immensely important that we protect ourselves from this ill effect and live a healthier life. I'll repeat, sports and other physical activities will surely help us to overcome these obstacles and lead a healthier life. Let us see the definition of globalization. Globalization was first coined by Sant Tukaram. He said, "The whole world is my home." In the process by which ideas, knowledge, information, goods and services spread around the world. In business, the term is used in an economic context to describe integrated economy marked by free trade, the free flow of capital among countries, and easy access to foreign resources, including labor markets, to maximize return and benefit for the good. Let us see the effects of globalization. Demographic changes. For example, like we all know, Pune and Bangalore is considered as an IT hub. People from all over the world have settled in these cities for their work purpose. As a result, it has affected their family structure because they are frequently traveling. And there is an into growing population due to decreased death rates and immigration. Population density of metro cities like Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai increased, and they become extremely crowded, and the property prices touch the sky. Social changes. It resulted into cultural diffusion as the movement of the people increased. With the exchange of culture came the change in governance as well. Economic activity. With less demand and more supply of labor, employees have to work for less wages. We all know that in the multinational companies, there are targets, there are cutthroat competitions, because of which the employees have to work even in night shift, day shift, even in double shift, and which has resulted affecting their physical and mental stress. Environmental impact. Due to overexploitation of resources, there is a depletion of natural resources, which has led to degradation of the ecosystem. Let us see effect of global warming. Rise in temperature leading to ice melting. Melting of glaciers like Himalayas and snow melts.
I am sorry to interrupt, but can you start concluding your paper?
Sorry?
Can you start concluding your paper?
Yes, ma'am. I've already almost done. Yes. Ecological risk. Threat to marine life. As the snow will melt, the water will mix up with the sea water, and it will increase the temperature of the sea, which will surely going to affect our marine animals. Prevention. Yoga. Yoga, as we all know, yoga helps magically in reducing the stress and relaxing your body and soul. It teaches better breathing, fosters mental calmness, reduces stress. Zumba. Being a Zumba instructor myself, Zumba is really fun. It helps you enjoy your exercise routine, and it also helps in boosting your heart health. It is an exercise or form of exercise which helps you in improving your cardiovascular endurance. Outdoor games. Any kind of outdoor games, whether it is football, basketball, cricket, or badminton, any kind of outdoor games will surely help you in refreshing and getting a break through the regular working hours. Balanced diet. A balanced diet which has a proper balance of fats, carbs, and protein will surely help you in keeping your health physically fit. Water intake. Getting enough water every day is important for your health. It is recommended to have at least 3 liters of water every day. Conclusion. Change is possible. It has to start from your own home. But I think it will take almost 100 years to bring about the change because of the advancement of technology and exploitation of natural resources. Human race is facing our health hazard. So it is our responsibility, being the future generation, to keep ourselves physically and mentally fit, which is only possible through hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Neelam, for sharing your insights and research with us. Moving ahead, I would now like to invite Nilofer Nayak, B.Ped, student, and Dr. Vishambar Jadhav, Assistant Professor, Department of Physical Education, University of Mumbai, who will present on need and importance of sports culture in India. Mr. Nilofer, over to you.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Very good. My name is and I start importance of Is my screen is visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Hello?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, okay. Okay, so I'll start with the introduction. Every person has the responsibility towards nation, and for their contribution, we have many platforms where they can keep our nation up, and sports is one of them. Now, our government also said that every school has to participate in sports, and every child has to play sports, so they can also fit mentally and physically, and also they can be built a confidence and they can capable for anything. Sports play a very big role in everyone's life, where they can personally learn many things and gain knowledge about everything, and that's how we can pass our knowledge to others, just like cycling, and that's how we are maintaining our culture in sports. So my article is based on these points. So I'll start with the sports. Why sports is important? As we all know, it's improve our physical and mental health, and also our skills. So we can perform well, and we'll get more opportunities. So we can contribute ourselves towards nation, and also we can pass our knowledge to others. So they can also learn and contribute their self too. Sports teaches lots of things like how to be organized, how to maintain our personality, and how to, and mostly importantly, how to keep our mind cool in difficult situations. Organization, as we all know, there are various type of organization, but today we are going to know about the sports organization because it's play a very big role. As you all know, if we want to go somewhere, we need to organize everything, and it's make our work more easier. Like that, organizer also teach us the responsibility. Next, culture. As we all know, India is very famous about their culture, and since many years we are maintaining our culture. I would like to give one example about the sports culture. If we want to make India team, we will select the players from every state, so that how we all create our team, and also people are from different state get the opportunity to play as a cultural team. Next point is federation. A sports federation organize and promote the higher level of game. National federation in India is recognized by the government of India, and we have 56 federation in India who provide great opportunities with the knowledge. We are very lucky that we have many federation to support our sports and keep our culture. Federation has the only one goal, that give our people a great platform and encourage them towards sports and keep our nation head up. Equipment. For the sports, we always need the equipment. Without equipment, we cannot play sports. And nowadays, school, college, clubs, association also have a separate room for the equipment, and they are also maintaining their equipment, and they want to give their players to a better equipment for the good qualities with the good knowledge about it. And equipment play a very big role in the sports. And next is mass participation. As we all know, mass participation is very important for the sports. Mass participation is such kind of an event where lots of people can come and participate, and it shows that cities with higher level of participation have a stronger communities and more better equipped to achieve their social events and economic goal. Like Halo India is one of biggest most mass participation platform where people can come and participate in every events of sports. And also we know there is a more platforms where they can organize mass participation events like for the cycling, running, skating, etc. Next is awareness. Awareness is also very important in sports because if you can't aware and focus about your goal, and you cannot be in the team and individual
Excuse
team or
me.
in the team. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you please start giving your concluding remarks?
Yeah, sure. Just 1 minute. Awareness is also important in sports. Now, as we all know, there is a tournament where we can organize a tournament for the kids there, where they can participate and contribute their self towards the nation. Intramural is one of them. Extramural is also one of them. Intramural is one kind of a competition where children can participate in inter-college, and extramural is out of the college, like they are going for university or for going for the states wise. Next is a minor game. Minor game is also play a very big role in a sports culture, where parents is the only one who can teach their kids a minor game like a chess, carom, and hide and seek, pakada pakdi, and horse post, name plays, animal things. Such kind of a game you can play with the kids. So that's how we parents also maintaining the culture with the sports. Senior citizen games, as we all know, sports is not only for the senior players or not only for the kids. It's also for the senior citizen also. As we all know, after some ages, they can't play, they can't run, they can't walk fast. But we have some games for them, so they can also enjoy the sports. And last is the family game and society. So family game means, as I said earlier, the minor game. That's how we help with the family game also. Like we can plan for picnic and all. And as you all know, society is also playing a very big role over here. Society is the one who can support their children to play, like organize some equipment, a ground or anything, so they can also enjoy while playing. In conclusion, this article just wanted to say that we are the one who can maintain and grow our culture in sports, and we are the one who can motivate our people towards sports. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Nilofer, for sharing with us your knowledge and views. Going ahead, I would now like to invite Mr. Vidit Jain, third-year student, BA Honours Economics, Kirori Mal College, Delhi University, who will present on libraries as repositories of cultural heritage, stories of destruction vis-a-vis of restitution. Mr. Vidit, over to you.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Ma'am, I'll share my screen. Please tell me if the presentation is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. Now, is it in full screen?
Yes.
Okay. So it's
still to be put on the slideshow.
Yeah, I've put on the slideshow. Is it visible completely, and am I audible completely?
The tabs are being shown. You are audible. The tabs are being shown. It's not on the slideshow mode.
Ma'am, I've done it on the slideshow. Wait 1 second.
It's okay. It's okay. It is still.
No, sir, I need to do it on the slideshow. Ma'am, is it on the slideshow right now? Or no?
It is not. You will go on the slideshow.
I'm doing this. I'll share once again. 1 second. Is it?
Yes. Yes, it's on the slideshow.
It's on the slideshow right now?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vidit Jain, and I'll be presenting a paper on the destruction of libraries as cultural heritage loss, its past and present trajectory. Now, many world traditions and religions like Hebrew, Hindu, Nordic, and Islamic traditions share a common belief that a vast library existed before the creation of the world. The Vedas say that this library predated the Creator's creation of himself. Therefore, the concept of establishing libraries dates back millennia. The first systematically organized library in the ancient Middle East was established in the 7th century in contemporary Iraq. The library housed archival documents and scholarly texts, but there was also works of literature, including the ancient Epic of Gilgamesh. Almost all civilizations and constructed Almost all civilizations constructed libraries as vast repository of knowledge containing archival documents and rare manuscripts. These libraries housed not just books, but cultures and civilizations across the entire globe. Yet, almost as old as the idea of the library is, it is the history of its destruction as well. Libraries have been ransacked, plundered, pillaged, or set on fire. The reasons for destruction are many, such as hubris, drive for ethnic cleansing, bigoted political ideologies, and conflicts, etc. The present paper analyzes the reasons and the magnitude of the destruction caused to many libraries in war-torn regions across the globe. So I'll be presenting 3 case studies. The first case study is the University of Mosul's Central Library, its past and present. So war-torn areas of Iraq and Syria suffered huge human costs and destruction of much of their glorious cultural heritage and monuments, including the large-scale massacre of their libraries. The University of Mosul Central Library was established in 1921 and housed an estimated 1 million books on topics such as science, literature, philosophy, in addition to historical maps, Ottoman era manuscripts, and Iraqi newspapers. In a shocking turn of events in 2015, the Islamic State destroyed the University of Mosul's library in what UNESCO called as one of the most devastating acts of destruction of library collections in human history in a bid to wipe out the city's history and intellectual heritage. So what happened after that was there was efforts by the US Iraqi army and by individuals and organizations to build and resuscitate the older glory of library and to replenish the lost treasures. In the pictures which are being shown in the presentation, you can see that the first picture shows the library before war. The second picture shows the burnt library, and the third picture shows the burnt books. The fourth picture shows the work done by the United Nations Development Program to restore the library. Now, the second case study is of this. It's a story from Syria. It's about the books under fire. So what happened was that the Syrian civil war led to mass violence by ruling government to silence protests. During this time, such massive libericide and destruction of books happened in Syria at that point of time. On 25th August, Bashar al-Assad, the president, ordered intense bombing and regime soldiers attacked Daraya, a town near Damascus. A revolution against dictatorship, which started in 1990s in Daraya, was quelled by the ruling party, which massacred dissenters ruthlessly. During this time, a young rebel and civil engineering student, Muad Damani, who was locked up in a makeshift shelter, found bodies littered everywhere after 3 days of heavy bombings in Daraya. However, what emerged from these adverse circumstances was the newly found passion of salvaging books and literature, and there were a lot of volunteers who rallied to this cause. Fearing reprisals from the regime, the volunteers decided that the library would be kept in greatest of secrecy without any name or signboard. Now,
Excuse me.
because of... Yes, ma'am?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you start giving your concluding remarks?
Yeah, I'll start. So, fearing reprisals from... So, what happened after that was that the Raya's subjection to bombing, chemical attacks, and siege for 4 long years makes the establishment and survival of a secret library even more remarkable. So, the fact that the library remained, the secret library remained through the war is an astounding achievement for those volunteers at that point of time. Now, I'll show certain pics. One is the pic of a volunteer who's picking up burnt books so as to create the secret library. Now, this picture is also of people salvaging literary heritage in Syria. This picture is of the secret library of Daraya in Syria. Now, my third case study refers to the Jaffna Public Library, and its rampage and restitution. Among many historical precedents of large-scale and rampant vandalization of libraries, the mention of Jaffna Public Library is imperative. In the late 20th century, the island of Sri Lanka was ripped apart by the bloodiest of civil wars in the world history. On midnight 31st May 1981, the Jaffna Public Library, famous for being indispensable receptacle of Tamil literature and heritage, was set ablaze by the Sri Lankan security forces and state-sponsored mobs. The burning has since been marked by Elam Tamils as an act of genocide. Over 95,000 rare and irreplaceable Tamil palm leaves, manuscripts, parchments, books, magazines, and newspapers housed inside one of the largest libraries in Asia were destroyed during the burning. Some texts were literally irreplaceable, being only copies in existence. The destroyed library served and still serves as a symbol of intolerance and ethnic cleansing. In 1998, under President Chandrika Kumaratunga, the government began the process of restitution with contributions from civilians and foreigners. Now, I'm completing in a minute. Ma'am, I'm completing in a minute. Yeah. So this is the image of the burning of Jaffna Public Library on June 1. This shows us the rebuilding of that library. Now, coming to the role of digital libraries in amidst this. The above discussion calls attention to the reparation work of the libraries and raises question. Have the individual and collective efforts been enough to restore and revive the destroyed libraries? Isn't liberticide a war crime for which international courts must take stringent action against the perpetrators? Can the restored libraries be ever brought back to their prime glory? What measures can be taken to step up the preservation and conservation of our collective intellectual heritage? This is where the role of digital libraries becomes important. In 1998, Lagos and Payette had defined a digital library as managed collection of digital objects and services that support the storage, discovery, retrieval, and preservation of those objects. The three most significant tasks achieved by a genuine digital library are preservation of a digital equivalent of a document that has certain heritage value, making it easily accessible to the widest meaningful audience, and keeping adequate backups for posterity. This is one of the major reasons why certain organizations thought of digitization as a way to fight liberticide and counter biblioclasmic efforts. Now, concluding my remarks, whereas many such digital libraries across the globe are working in the direction of preserving our rich intellectual heritage, closer home we have the National Digital Library in India and many such regional digital libraries. The bottom line is that we must be up in arms to make all efforts needed to protect books and let it remain on the shelves of the libraries and not be burned down under rubble and debris. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidit, for enlightening us with your paper. It was indeed very insightful. Moving further, I would now like to invite Alima Sheikh and Tanmay Kamble, students BCom, Vivek College of Commerce, and Dr. Neelu Khosla, Head Department of Foundation Course, Vivek College of Commerce, who will present on Land of Pluralism, India Needs to Preserve Its Heritage. Alima and Tanmay, over to you.
Good evening, ma'am. Can I share my PPT?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Wait a minute, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, ma'am. Wait for 2 minutes. Yeah, sorry for the late. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for mainly heritage for the purpose of education and tracing the rich heritage of country. So mainly our architecture sites are classified into medieval eras and post-medieval eras.
Excuse me, Tanmay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Your screen isn't visible.
Not visible.
No, it's not visible.
Share screen. Press the share screen.
Yeah, it's just started. Is it started? Hello?
Yes, your screen is being shared, but your PowerPoint is not being shared right now.
Now?
Yeah, now we can see your PowerPoint.
Okay. Sorry. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for inaugurating us in the international conference. So today we are here to present a title of Land of Pluralism. In India needs to preserve its.
Tanmay,
Yeah, ma'am.
I am so sorry to interrupt you, but can you put it on slideshow?
Okay. Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Also, please put on your videos so we can see you.
Okay. Hello. Yeah, is it okay now?
Yes.
Ma'am, the network problem is going on, so that's
Okay, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is it showing this screen now?
Yes, just put it on the slideshow mode.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for inaugurating us in the international conference. So today we are here to present a title of Land of Pluralism. India needs to preserve its heritage because it's a land of monument and heritage site. So this topic is mainly for the educational purpose and tracing of all the rich heritage of this country. So mainly our architecture sites are classified into two types, in medieval era and post-medieval era. So basically, our architecture is our architecture is this topic is comparatively with the structures of medieval era with the modern era. The durability and utility of the beauty and beautiness also. So durability means monumental structures should stand up and remain in the good condition for the era. And utility, it refers to the protection of kingdom resources which were held by the king of that kingdom. Beauty, it means a monument is regarded for its beauty and for good environment also. Apart from that, nowadays architecture has become a force of field to build an environment in the form of micro and macro factors of environment. So mainly there are three types of famous medieval era architectures are Hindu temple, Indo-Islamic, and Indo-European. For mostly in Hindu temples, many temples were built in the ancient and medieval period of India. As we all know, regarding the famous Dravidian style or Chola dynasty in the medieval era of India, the dual name of the same structure has become started of Chola dynasty and the ends of Dravidian styles in the variation of Pallava's architecture. The structure of Dravidian style is quite similar to Nagara style in the part of building boundaries and many more things. Second thing, the best example of life example of Dravidian style is Vyadishwar temple. It is also known for largest Lord Shivling temple in India. It is located in the southern part of India in Tamil Nadu and built in 11th century by the king Kanjaramal Pirujan and his sister Kundavi, the devotees of Lord Shiva. This temple is fully made up of granite and top portion of temple is also known as Binamis, which has the which has the weight of 80 ton, and it is the biggest Binamis amongst all these temples which are formed in the Devonshire. So as we have seen in this slide, the specialty of this temple, the specialty of the temple is a Nataraj idol, which is seen, uh, which is seen in the which is seen in the presentation, which is carved on the wall of this temple, which indicates Lord Shiva, and Lord Shiva is the dance of Lord. Is also famous for no shadow temple offers. There were total 5 languages which were scripted on this wall during this eras of 14 to 17th century. The mainly and the oldest language is Tamil and Sanskrit, which was inscripted in 11th century. Later in 1987, it had become a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in the part of protection Chola architecture monumental structure. The most prominent and second example is Kashi Vishwanath Vidyalaya, which is presently known as Banarasi Hindu University from 20th century. It was re-established in 1916 in the British decade by Mahaman Pandit Madan Malvi and the Holy of Panchami. The motto of this university is to English knowledge impact to public research university. So this was some information regarding the Hindu architectural style. As my friend will be taking a part from that for the architectural styles.
As we all know that this style was
I am so sorry to interrupt you, but can you start concluding?
Yeah, sure. Indo-Islamic architecture, as we all know, that this style was came in India from the ocean route of Bay of Bengal, which started from the northern side of India in 13th century and ruled by the Mughal emperor. Jama Masjid and Jamia Masjid. Both are the best examples of Indo-Islamic architecture. The Jama Masjid is also known as the Masjid-e-Jahan Numa, which was made by Shah Jahan, the Mughal emperor, and which was established on 23rd July 1656. So there, the strength was the 25,000 people at a time for the prayers. Indo-European architecture. The arrival of European colonists coincided with the decline of the Mughal Empire, which started a power of struggle among the Portuguese, French, Dutch, Danish, and the British. The St. Paul Church is also known as the Apostolate of Jesus of Apostolate to the Gentiles. It is a functioning church built by the Portuguese in Diu, which caters small Christian community of about 20,000 Christians. It was built in 16th century. The church has extravagant cave decorations in white stucco, mainly attributed to the craftsmanship of Indian artisans. The Say Cathedral is also known as the Santa Caterina of the Latin Rite Roman Catholic underside of Goa and Daman. It was constructed in the year 1562 and was completed in 1619. The exterior is Tuscan, which was the interior in Catherine Greece. Have the houses of water sparkling, which is also known as a baptism.
I am so sorry to interrupt, but can you please conclude?
Yeah. These are the modern structures. Suggestions. Our presentation is an inquisite of the part of the student community to know about this historical sites, and then they can correlate it to the end of preserving the heritage. No doubt this construction we mentioned in our presentation depicts the grandeur prevailing at the bygone days has to be brought to the textbooks, making them as a compulsory to visit the place and understand the life as it existed then. Youngsters must visit these places in group, read the available literature, find more associate communities, find the role played by the ruling classes. It should be based on letting the people visit the sites to understand socio-economic conditions of administration. Example, kingship, weaker rules, and corrupt officials, external attacks. So my conclusion, exquisite structure with intricate workmanship and today's modernized technological infrastructure and just incomparable Since our country have a unique, diverse architectural heritage which represents our history and our shared culture. In order to that, we should act towards conserving and celebrating all of our monumental structures and historical sites so that they continue to be an inspiration for the coming youth generation. Although the young generation sees about it, but my presentation highlights it about a few of us visit since place for a view sightseeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alima and Tanmay, and to all the amazing presenters who presented papers with such immense knowledge. For all those who joined in late, we have just concluded with our third segment of technical session, wherein we had 5 scholars presenting their papers. The papers were indeed full of learnings. The first paper focused on how sports along with yoga, Zumba, outdoor games, balanced diet, water intake can overcome obstacles, the physical health and other problems that are caused by globalization and global warming. On the same lines, the paper 2 presented how sports helps in maintaining mental and physical fitness. While the third paper focused on the different universities and libraries, some of which were Jaffna Public Library, the secret libraries, and also spoke about role of digital libraries. The fourth paper presented on architecture styles, the various architecture styles, which were Hindu architecture style, Indo-Islamic architecture style, Indo-European architecture style, and then concluded with suggestions which focused on empowering youth and spreading awareness among them. For all the viewers, the feedback form is in the description. Do share your opinions and feedbacks by filling it up. With this, it is now time to conduct the fourth and final segment of the event. For this, I would like to invite our valedictory speaker, Professor Alisher Begmatov. Alisher Begmatov is a philologist and historian specializing in the study of late antique and early medieval Central Asia. He holds a Doctor of Literature from Kyoto University in Japan. His doctoral dissertation deals with the critical re-edition of the Sogdian documents from Mount Mug in Tajikistan. He has been a member of Uzbek Joint Expedition since 2007. This joint expedition has been excavating Kafir Kala, an archaeological site located near Samarkand city, Uzbekistan. The artifacts discovered from the pre-Islamic layers of this site demonstrate highly complex cross-cultural aspects of late antique and early medieval Central Eurasia, including northern India. Currently, he is a research associate at the Berlin-Brandenburg Academy of Sciences and Humanities. With this being said, I would now like to hand over the floor to Professor Alisher. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Very much for this wonderful introduction. Can you hear me? Everything is all right? I would like to first check if my screen is all right. So, I'd like to
yes, sir, the
share
screen
this.
is visible.
And screen share is also all right, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers, in particular the Kash Foundation, for this wonderful, exciting event on behalf of Samarkand State University. And I would also like to thank all the speakers for their deep, diverse, and insightful talks. I really hope that this tradition will continue in the future and we can keep contributing in the future as well. Now, today I would like to talk on the Sogdian cities and settlements. It will be partially related to my previous talk. Before I start my talk, I would like to introduce to the Sogdians and the Silk Road itself. So the Sogdians are now extinct people. They were long-distance merchants along the Silk Roads in late antiquity and early medieval period. Their homeland is Sogdiana and what is now central and eastern Uzbekistan and northwestern Tajikistan. The Sogdians took great advantage of the strategic position of their lands between India, China, Sasanian Iran, Byzantium, and they acted as international traders. Not only did they engage in mercantile activities, but they also played a crucial role in a cultural exchange between East and West. There are a large number of art and textile materials from across Eurasia. This sign, I believe, is where Ladakh is. There's some inscriptions, Sogdian inscriptions were discovered from there as well. So the Sogdian primary sources, as well as Sogdian cities and settlements, are of great value for the question of late antique and early medieval Trans-Eurasian interconnectivity, not only for linguistic or cultural, but also economic, political, or other various perspectives. Today, I would like to address two cities, two settlements near Samarkand. One of them is Kafirkala, that will be relevant to my previous talk. And the other one is Mingtepe, which is located about 30 kilometers northeast of Samarkand. This is the area called Zarafshan Valley. This is the Zarafshan River, and these are the two branches. One of them is located on near Dargam River, and the other one is located near Bulungur River. So we have excavated the citadel of this city, and now we understand how it looked like, the entire structure of the citadel. It's right in the center. There's a square area, and it is surrounded by 3 towers from south and 3 from north. And also it is surrounded by Shakristan, which is inner city, and its outer city is Rabat. So this area is now almost complete to the level of a certain area which I label it as fire layer. And then we also started another trench in the Shakristan area. So these two will be my main focus of the presentation. So the new area, Shakristan, will come in the end. So first of all, the citadel area. So the entrance to the citadel is from the south. Here's the gate, and there's a yard in the center, and there's a slope gradually raised to the central room. So on both sides along the walls, there are sufas, or mud, long mud benches. The areas highlighted in red are very important because from these areas we discovered a lot of very interesting art examples. The layer itself looks like this. There are a lot of layers of Karahanid area, which is 11th and 12th century, or earlier than that. Abbasids are there as well. But the fire layer contains only pre-Islamic early medieval period. So the thickness of the layer is about 30 to 50 centimeters. It contains a lot of hard materials, coins. In addition, we have also discovered this beheaded skeleton, and it shows that this fire is related to some kind of very shocking event. We've been able to identify the date of this layer thanks to the coins discovered from the layers. None of the Islamic coins were involved in the layer. The Sogdian coins, all of the coins from the layer were the Sogdian coins, except for only Sasanian 3 coins. So we estimate that the fire could have happened sometime in early 8th century. And now we understand this whole structure of the citadel before the Islamic period, and as well as we understand a lot of materials that found there. These contain wood panels, other decorations, precious stones, and piece of a crown. These are the precious stones, other decorations, which we have very similar analogs from Afghanistan and Tilla Tepe, or across various areas of Eurasian steppes, as well as we see similar kind of decorations in Korea or other areas of East Asia as well. This one is a piece of a crown from Kafikala, and this is a reconstruction of it. It seems it looks very close to the crown of the Bodhisattva from Afghanistan, from the Bamiyan caves, which Mr. Ejaz mentioned early on. So we're improving, and we're trying to understand more about these materials, and we're step by step, we're increasing our knowledge. And it is showing us that very close connection to the southern regions, in particular to Afghanistan and as far as northern India. Oh, these are the wooden carvings. These are one rectangular and one arch-shaped panel and several others. Both rectangular panel and arch-shaped panel, both of them depict a certain goddess. We know that she is Nana. This is the panel after cleaning. It was finished just about a few months ago. And now you can see even smaller details on them. We're now working on them and going to produce new drawing in the near future. For now, I would like to use the drawing we had already. Here you can see the goddess sitting on a line and with her worshippers. There's another type of Nana, which we believe was influenced by Indian art, because now she has 4 arms here. We know that Nana originates in Mesopotamia. She has synthesized with various goddesses on her way to Central Asia, including Cybele, Artemis, and Anahita. We knew that in Sogdiana, for some reason, this goddess was really popular, and we had a lot of materials discovered until now, but they were mostly in fragments. Now we can better understand these fragments and even reconstruct what we had until now from other sites, in particular from Panjikand. Now I would like to continue my talk with the ceilings, ceiling finds. We have about 700 of them. And this is the largest collection of seal impressions in Central Asia from a single site so far. They bear various divine, human, or animal impressions, figures. The ceilings from Kafigala that had been studied thus far illustrate highly complex cross-cultural features of late antiquity and early medieval period Eurasia, in particular those of Western and Central Eurasia, Greco-Roman, Kushan, Sasanian, and also South Asia, Indian traditions, and as well as some nomadic traditions from the steppes of Eurasia. Some specimens may provide a key to finding out and distinguishing hitherto unidentified divinities or concepts. Now I would like to briefly look at the ceilings. I think we discussed this one in my previous talk. This is most likely has to do something with Indian, northern Indian, most likely from Kashmir regions, probably is depicting Vishnu. And here we have Hellenistic features, we have Heracles, and Roman deities such as Janus, and we also have the she-wolf feeding the twins. The founders of the Rome. So we have, these are the ceilings with nomadic features. So I would like to continue. Now, I would like to continue with the excavations that we had last year. On the Shahristan part, that's the inner city. Here you can see the citadel. We had already started that before the pandemic. Finally, last year we could continue. And this is the area of trench. This is when we started. And this is by the time we ended the excavations. And we had very interesting, very exciting results. It seems to be the area we excavated a large room, approximately 10 to 10 meters. Along the walls, we have sufas. Those are long mud benches. And we had lots of wood carvings. It seems we here as well, the same fire destroyed the whole architecture, just as in the citadel. Now, although we have not yet excavated all the area of the trench, we already know what this is about, and we estimate that this was a parade hall or reception hall that we know from other Sogdian sites, in particular from Panjikand, and also there are similar ones from Bukhara and also in Samarkand, Afrasiab. So this is a very typical Sogdian architecture, and this is the reconstructed reconstruction of the reception hall in Panjik, and we believe what we have in Kafir Kala is exactly the same building. Now I would like to continue with the second site. This is more relevant to today's topic. This is a very new project that we started last year, partly due to the damage by the locals, because we have also problem with the population is increasing, therefore people need land, and people are already building houses. Some of them are getting already inside of it. So the site itself, we believe it was now it's called Mintepa, but then it was most likely called Kabudan. It was noted by Chinese historians, or in particular by Xuanzang on his way to India. He's a pilgrim. He stayed for a while in Samarkand on his way to India during his trip. So he noted about the site, and it seems to fit the description. What he gives is it's the tradition, and everything looks almost the same as in Samarkand. And the site is narrow from south to north and wide from west to east. So it seems to fit, match with the with Mintepa very well. And there are also other records and later Arabic sources. So we believe it is probably Kabudan that Xuanzang recorded. The site is almost entirely untouched. There were only 2 trenches, but they never reached the lower layers. They remained only on the surface. Nevertheless, they had quite intriguing results. They had some potteries or coin finds, which showed us the site actually belongs to the early medieval or late antique period. Now we continued our trenches with 2 points of Shahristan. This is the citadel area. This is Shahristan inner city again, and this is outer city. One of them is here. One of our colleagues at the Institute of Archaeology already started this in 2017, but he could not continue, and he remained stopped at only surface area. So we wanted to find out how far it gets up to the floor level, and so we widened the trench and divided into 4 and documented everything we found from there. We reached the floor this time. It seems to be quite well preserved. 2 long corridors. Here is one of the corridors, and the other one is already divided into 2 as well. So the walls are pretty well preserved. You can see here how the structure of the, we believe it was an arch-shaped corridor. So from this trench, we can tell how this, with what techniques this arch was constructed. We're working on it now. We will hopefully publish it very soon. Here's the surface of this wall. Now, this area, unfortunately, was damaged by a bulldozer or some kind of track. Probably some locals wanted to get some earth. We didn't know exactly what happened, but it's unfortunate that this is happening. But we wanted to document this area. At least we could make a small trench and see how get the information about the layers. But it turns out it's actually quite well preserved construction. The two rooms, one is again a corridor. We can tell how it was constructed, and the other side is a small room. Next year we're gonna continue. Actually, this probably later this year, we will continue this trench and find out more about it. Here, the layers you can see, there's the view and the ground plan. There were also some interesting finds. The potteries look kind of similar to the Samarkand style, but it's also similar to the other region. It has some specific regional style. So we have to work on them too in the near future. And there's a Sogdian inscription, which I read as Piao as a personal name. And there's a terracotta. We don't know what exactly this is at the moment, but it is reminiscent of a figure on the wall painting of Panjikant. It covers some, he has some covering, looks somewhat similar to the covering of this figure from Panjikant in Tajikistan. We had also a coin discovery, quite a unique one. I read it as Ramsed Vare, God Ramsed. We had these specific coins early on as well, but we do not know who issued these coins, and we have to work further and find out in the near future. We also have very limited knowledge about this god. We have only a little information on from, again, Afghanistan, from Bactrian documents, that some Sogdians use this god's name in contracts. So further, I would like to address the challenges we have. Normally, when we excavate, we also think of, naturally, we think of conservation and preservation as well. We try to cover with the most protecting way and put the earth back. And this is a very typical way how we do the conservation in Uzbekistan. There are several other ways they're trying, and this one of the best ways would be, which would perfectly fit today's topic, to not actually put the earth back and cover everything back, but actually create some sort of open area, open museum, so people can come and see, and in that manner, in that way, they can also, it would probably, most probably help to raise their awareness of these sites, and it would, in the long term, help us to preserve more efficiently these sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Alisher Begmata, for your insights and immense knowledge and expertise. For all those who have joined in late, we have had our first segment as inaugural address, followed by the address of our special guest. Further up, we had the keynote address. For the second segment of the event, we had two plenary sessions consisting of three eminent speakers each. For the third segment, we had a technical session where four papers were presented. For the fourth segment of the event, which was a valedictory address, we had Professor Alisher Begmatov, Doctor of Literature, Research Fellow at the Berlin Brandenburg Academy of Sciences, lecturer, Samarkand State University, Samarkand, Uzbekistan, who spoke on recent archaeological research on Sogdian cities and settlements. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Janice Lobo, Youth Brigade member, Kash Foundation, for her concluding remarks. Janice, over to you.
Thank you, Tidiksha. Good evening, everyone. This is Ms. Janice Lobo, Youth Brigade member of Kash Foundation, and I shall summarize the events of Kash Foundation's 16th International Conference. The event was initiated on a wonderful note by Tidiksha Kabra, a Youth Brigade member, followed by the introduction to Kash Foundation and the introduction to CAPD by Dr. Avkash Jadhav and Dr. Geeta Ajit, respectively.
Excuse me, Janice. I am so sorry to interrupt you, but can you please switch on your video?
Yes, can you see my video now?
No, you're not. Yeah, now you're visible. Perfect.
Yes. We then had Umang Sinha from the culture sector of the UNESCO office in New Delhi, who provided the inaugural remarks when she spoke about the 5 tenets of the World Heritage Convention that are necessary to build and preserve India's tangible and intangible cultural heritage. This was followed by some insights from our special guest, Dr. Sonam Spalzin, founder president of the Himalayan Institute of Archaeology and Allied Sciences, Ladakh, India. She spoke about Ladakh's cultural heritage and the importance of a platform such as Kash Foundation for promoting this heritage. One of the highlights of today's conference was the release of Kash Foundation's quarterly newsletter, Kash Connect Volume 9 by Dr. Emanuela Rossi. The key event covered by the newsletter was the Foundation's visit to Ujjain, where Dr. Avkash Jadhav was felicitated for the Foundation's work under the 4 verticals. This was followed by an astounding presentation by Professor Emanuela Rossi, Assistant Professor of the Department of History, Archaeology, Geography, and Performing Arts, University of Florence. The title of the presentation was The Museum as Heritage Technology, where she spoke about her analysis and research on the museums at Quebec and Columbia. She gave her insights on heritage technology, where she remarked that conventions as such help us understand the applications of these heritage technologies. The second segment included the plenary session 1 and plenary session 2, chaired by architect Paresh Kapadia, design chair and chief academic officer, who invited our first speaker, Dr. Alok Tripathi, additional director general archaeology, Archaeological Survey of India, New Delhi, India, whose title of the presentation was Marine Archaeological Heritage. He provided the distinctions between marine and maritime heritage and also elaborated on underwater cultural heritage. Dr. Tripathi enunciated the diving operations taken up by him and his team to explore the heritage in the depths of the sea. The excavations made by the team were quite striking as it included remains of shipwreck such as pottery, metals, and guns. The second speaker was Mr. Frank Schlitzman, founder of the Four Tables Project, Gunehar, Himachal Pradesh, India, who presented on the title Vernacular Architecture in Times of Modern Indian Aspiration. He expressed his views on the use of modern techniques to create heritage. Modernism, according to him, is the amalgamation of tradition and innovation, a bridge between the past and the present. He later on spoke about vernacular architecture, which uses traditional techniques that are modified to suit modern requirements and aspirations of maintaining a status as well as preserving the environment and the landscape. Our next speaker was Professor Sheikh Intikhab Alim, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Architecture, Jamia University, New Delhi, India, whose title of presentation was Ladakh, a Living Heritage. Ladakh is a repertoire of different cultures, and Professor Sheikh was of the view that it is a hub of tangible and intangible cultural heritage of India. In our opinion, the most interesting part of this presentation was the transformation of structures such as shadongs into stupas and shrines. He and his team had undertaken architectural interventions to balance between the past and present of Ladakh. The first speaker of the plenary session 2 was Dr. Ashutosh Pathak, Secretary of Patan District Heritage Conservation Society, Patan, Gujarat, and the title of the presentation was Adverse Effects of Climate on Ancient Monuments. He spoke about the adverse effects of the harsh climatic conditions on the historical monuments such as Rani Ki Vav, an epic carved in stone. He also explained these structures within the context of Hindu mythology and deities. Lastly, he spoke about the preservation techniques that will manage to keep the ancient quality of these monuments intact. Our second speaker was architect Ejaz Ahmad Wadan, architect and urban analyst, former architect and urban planner, USAID's Afghan Urban Water and Sanitation Project, Jalabad, Afghanistan, whose title of presentation was Heritage in Conflict Areas, Afghanistan as a focal point. He spoke about the historical sites as the economic, cultural, and social drivers for a dynamic and sustainable environment. He elaborated on the rich heritage structures in Afghanistan. However, some archaeological sites remain undocumented because of the internal and external conflict in Afghanistan. All in all, his presentation aimed to establish a regional and cultural connection with archaeology. Our final speaker was Dr. Anita Rane Kothare, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, St. Xavier's College, Autonomous, Mumbai, India, who presented on the title Petroglyphs of Konkan and Threats of Destruction. Petroglyphs are rock carvings on the surface of the rock. She elaborated on sites in villages that serve as the place where petroglyphs such as footprints, human and animal images, and mother goddesses were found. These photographs presented by her were part of her own research conducted on these sites. Finally, she presented her opinion that the major cause of destruction of these sites is human activity, and so awareness must be created among people from a young age about these sites. We then had a technical session where 4 excellent presenters presented their well-researched and informative papers. And finally, we had the valedictory address where Professor Alisher Begmatov, research fellow at the Berlin Brandenburg Academy of Sciences, lecturer, Samarkand State University, Samarkand, Uzbekistan, presented on the topic Recent Archaeological Research on Sogdian Cities and Settlements. He spoke about the materials, such as crowns and wooden carvings, found in various archaeological sites in Sogdian cities. He also elaborated on the ceilings unearthed from Kafir Kala and the origins of these ceilings. Now, I would like to invite Titiksha Kabra to give us the vote of thanks. Over to you, Titiksha.
Thank you, Janice, for your concluding remarks. For all the viewers, the feedback form is in the description. Do share your opinions and feedbacks by filling it up. This brings us to the end of this webinar, and it's now time to bid each other farewell. A concerted effort to preserve our heritage is a vital link to our cultural, educational, aesthetic, inspirational, and economic legacy. All of the things that are quite literally make us who we are. Before we say our final goodbyes from the 16th International Conference on Global Challenges and Avenues to Protect Monuments and Heritage Sites, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our collaborators, Samarkand State University, Samarkand, Uzbekistan, Archaeology Survey of India, Mumbai Circle, Himalayan Institute of Archaeology and Allied Sciences, Ladakh and Patan District Heritage, Conservation Society Patan, Gujarat, for extending their help and support for this event. I would also like to take this honor to thank the member of Culture Sector, UNESCO, Umang Sinha, our special guest, Dr. Sonam Splazin, for the collaboration, our keynote speaker, Professor Emanuela Rosi, all the plenary speakers of the day, Dr. Alok Tripathi, Mr. Frank Stiftman, Professor Sheikh Intikhab Alam, Dr. Ashutosh Pathak, Architect Ijaz Ahmed, and Dr. Anita Rani Kothari. The chairperson of the two plenary sessions, Architect Paresh Kapadia, and our valedictory speaker, Professor Alisher Begmatov, for giving us time out of their busy schedules and sharing with us their knowledge and experience. Also thanking Professor Alisher for felicitating the Foundation's collaboration with Samarkand State University. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank architect Ijaz Wadan for helping us connect with Professor Emanuela Rosi, and to Dr. Rajendra Yadav, Superintendent of Archaeological Survey of India's Mumbai Circle, for felicitating its collaboration with the Foundation. I would also like to extend our gratitude to all the presenters who presented their papers and imparted in us great insights and views. I would also like to thank the audience and the viewers for joining us and making this event a grand success. I also present my gratitude to the Youth Brigade of Kash Foundation, Sahil Jagirdar and Teresa Korea for their creative instincts, Kishan Singhania for his technical expertise, and Janice Lobo, without whom this event would not have been possible. Special thanks to Dr. Avkash Jadhav, Dr. Geeta Ajit, and Pamela Dhonde. Thank you all for joining us. To conclude in the words of an anonymous person, sometimes it is impossible to know where you are headed without reflecting on where you came from. Understanding your heritage, your roots, and your ancestry is an important part of carving out your future. With this, do subscribe and stay tuned to our YouTube channel, Kash Foundation Mumbai, to get exclusive notifications. For more information about Kash Foundation, kindly visit the Kash Foundation website, www.kashfoundation.org, and the CAPD website, www.kashcapd.com. Also, do visit us, find us on our Instagram account, Kash_Foundation_org, on Facebook, WordPress, and YouTube as Kash Foundation Mumbai. Till then, sanitize your hands, wear your masks, take care, and stay safe. This is Ms. Tatiksha Kabra, Youth Brigade member of Kash Foundation, signing off.